Раз, два, три.
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 Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три. А,
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
алло, стоп. Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, раз. Раз, два, три. А,
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
алло, стоп. Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, раз. Раз, два, три. А,
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
алло, стоп. Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, раз. Раз, два, три. А,
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
алло, стоп. Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, раз. Раз, два, три. А,
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
алло, стоп. Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, раз. Раз, два, три. А,
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
алло, стоп. Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, раз. Раз, два, три. А,
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
алло, стоп. Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, раз. Раз, два, три. А,
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
алло, стоп. Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, раз. Раз, два, три. А,
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
алло, стоп. Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, раз. Раз, два, три. А,
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
алло, стоп. Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, раз. Раз, два, три. А,
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два,
Раз,
раз,
два,
два.
три.
Нормально? алло, стоп.
Раз, два, раз,
Раз, два,
два.
три.
Три.
Раз, раз.
Что, не слышно? Раз, два.
Раз, два,
Раз,
три.
два. Раз, два.
А,
Раз, два, три.
Нормально? алло, стоп.
Раз, два, раз, два.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три, четыре.
Три. Раз, раз.
А? Что, не слышно? Да
Раз,
что,
два,
это
раз,
я
два.
слышу свой
Раз,
голос
два.
или?
А,
Раз, два, три.
Нормально? алло, стоп.
Раз, два, раз, два.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два,
Ага.
три, четыре.
Три. Раз, раз.
Да,
А?
убери. Сейчас начинаем.
Раз, два.
Это я слышу свой
Раз,
голос или? Я с Ютуба слышу свой голос. Все? Раз, два. Can you hear me? Окей. Ну. Так. Full is slow. Ну что, начнем тогда? Приглашаем. Рамон, can you sit here? Please, you will hear me in this earphone. And this is your micro. I will give you. Okay. Dear Ramon, can you just take it? So you will hear my voice in this phone, something like that. So, dear colleagues, we are starting our first sessions of the second week of in the Arctic Pavilion at COP29. It's the first ever Arctic Pavilion here on COPs, and we try to cover absolutely different topics related to the Arctic, and we try to hear voices not only from the Arctic regions and Arctic states, but from all the world. So just many sessions were organized by experts. No, just you cannot hear? Can you hear me? Там может быть звук. Раз, два, три, раз, два, три. Can you hear me now? Okay, it's great. So just about 50 sessions are organized in our pavilion from all over the world, and it's very interesting to listen different points of view on climate change in different part of the planet, and to discuss how it's going on in different geographical zones and different countries, and what kind of challenges we have now. And today we would like to discuss a little bit, just open discussion, just open dialogue without any just presentations and etc. To discuss what is going on in the Arctic regarding the international cooperation. Yes, Paul Fuss and Terry Callaghan. So I would like to ask you to share your thoughts, your opinion. How do you do? What is your vision? How just international cooperation in the Arctic can be developed in coming months or coming years, even? Because just many things stopped. All interactions between the Western countries and Russia, for example, stopped or very limited on experts level. And we have to find some direction, some maybe projects that should be neutral and can involve experts from all over the Arctic. And we know that the Arctic Council have observer countries, observer organizations, and many European countries and some Asian ones are also observers. So how we can work further? The Northern Forum is also observer of the Arctic Council, and try to keep the window open for Russian Federation or just Western countries or just observer countries from Europe or Asia. Just we try to do strengthen cooperation with Asian countries nowadays, and use neutral platforms like a COP to organize some discussions, what we should do together, or what we can do together, some project, and taking into account that international polar year is coming, and in March we will have just Arctic Research Planning Conference in Boulder, United States. So just many opportunities are born to continue cooperation in some way. So just Terry, you are from United Kingdom, and you worked a lot in on track projects with Russian scientists, and we have a lot of stations all over the world to observe and monitor climate change and terrestrial ecosystems, biodiversity, etc. What do you think? What the level of international cooperation could be in the Arctic and with involving perhaps thousand countries as well? So.
Yes. First of all, the network that I founded consists of 94 research stations operated by 20 countries. And together they host about 25,000 scientists every year. But it started very simply as a group of friends. And that group of friends met in the International Biological Program in the 1960s. And the friendships that were made then led to future collaborations. So my big message is that it's people power that will create the new collaborations in the future. And we have to keep bridges open. A lot of the institutional mechanisms for cooperation between East and West now don't work anymore. But we have to keep bridges open by person-to-person contact. And then when the institutions follow, then we have a much faster start to build collaboration again. And we should not forget that Russian Arctic is about 53% of the Arctic. And we've just published a modeling paper which shows that for ecosystem services, including carbon balance, if we exclude Russian research stations, then we underestimate climate change totally. that we have no confidence in our models of future climate change for the northern regions if we don't include the Russian stations. And that's a very, very serious underestimate of what will happen to our planet.
Sorry that's not introducing our speakers. I just would like to introduce Mr. Terry Callaghan, professor of botany from Sheffield University, United Kingdom. He is he was in the team of the Nobel Prize winners on climate change, and he worked a lot with Russian universities and institutes on monitoring just natural ecosystems. A lot of work was done. And Mr. Paul Foos, he is founder of Marine Exchange of Alaska, and the first secretary treasurer of the Northern Forum of our organization in 1991, 1993, just from the very beginning. And now he is Northern Forum Goodwill Ambassador. And Mr. Ramon Madruga from Cuba, he is just the vice chair of Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. So we have a very powerful speakers today, and I'm very happy to talk to them, to discuss with them very important things about international cooperation in the Arctic. And Paul, you are from Alaska, just Arctic, from the Arctic, and you doing a lot to revitalize the Arctic international cooperation nowadays, trying to push forward some working groups or Arctic Economic Council, etc. And what is your thoughts about the very close future of the Arctic?
So when the Arctic Council was formed, the world made a promise to us that we'd be able to work together, that we were a peaceful Arctic, that we could cooperate with each other, and none of those promises have been broken. The Arctic Council has become part of the military strategy, which is completely false. It was never intended for anything like this. So in the meantime, these sanctions, which we had nothing to do with, we had nothing to do with the Ukraine war. We're an organization that believes in peace between people. And what happened then, the sanctions came in, and here we are at a conference with 50,000 people saying it's an existential threat to the world. We're all going to die if we don't do something. In the meantime, for no reason, we cut off Russian scientists from even reporting climate data when they're half the Arctic. It's just wrong. So, we've been calling for ending these sanctions, and, of course, it all gets tied up into the Ukraine situation. Well, luckily, we've had an election in the United States, and it looks like we've got a president that really wants to approach this in a negotiated manner. So what we're doing is really pushing within our delegation, and I'm meeting with other delegations to hear that any settlement of the Ukraine conflict should include a provision that we can immediately restart our Arctic Council work, Arctic Economic Council, and our other work. So in the meantime, we're also affected by this because, sanctions went in on Russian oil. So we had a big inflation over the whole world. And then because of that, we had the Russian oil tankers, crude oil tankers, coming through the Northern Sea route, right through the ice, right by Alaska, the extreme high-risk situation, which, one of our projects is pushing increased prevention measures in the Bering Strait and in the Arctic Ocean there. But then they went in and said, well, now we're going to put a cap on the price of Russian oil. We're going to hold it down to $60 a barrel. So now it's the cheapest oil in the world, and everybody's buying it, burning as much oil as they can. So here we are with an existential threat, pursuing a policy that's increasing oil consumption in India, China, and Japan, everywhere. So they can't seem to get their story straight, right? So that's our hope, is that we'll have a break in this, that we'll have some negotiated settlement. In the meantime, I think all of us should be pushing for that for any delegations that we have contact with. We had nothing to do with the military situation. We want no part of it. And so I think that's the way that we're going to get out of this.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. And I would like to give the next floor to Mr. Ramon Madruga. And from very southern point of view from Cuba, and Latin America. What do you think about the Arctic and how we can interact between the south and the north? The interaction can be organized to involve more Arctic states and more Arctic organizations in active discussion on climate change issues, perhaps. So, what do you think?
Well, first of all, I would like to say that first, thanking the organizer for the invitation to present some of key ideas with regard, for instance, to the key messages of the most recent IPCC report in relation to the relevance of the Arctic ecosystem globally, and also the implication of climate change for these Arctic ecosystems, and also some consideration with regard to the role of international cooperation global as an enabler of climate action. Firstly, I would like to highlight some of these messages in terms of the implication for the Arctic of reinforcing climate change, and in this sense, to recall that the changes in the snow cover, in the lake and river ice, and also changes in permafrost in many Arctic regions are harming the livelihood and cultural identity of the Arctic residents, including indigenous peoples. And this is, of course, critical, not only in terms of climate, but also in terms of the socioeconomic implication regionally of these changes in climate. Another issue is the fact that impacts in some ecosystems are approaching to irreversibility. And this is also critical in this context to take into account. The increasing weather and climate extreme events with implication in terms of food insecurity and reduced water security, including the Arctic regions, and also that global hotspots of high human vulnerability have been also observed in the Arctic. In general, in the Arctic, negative impacts of cryosphere change have been especially felt among the indigenous people, as I said before, and additional warming would reinforce the changes in the cryosphere in the Arctic. One of the 5 reasons for concern that has been identified by the IPCC in the recent reports, not only in the AIR6, I mean the 6th assessment report, but even before, the first reason for concern has to do with a unique and threatened system. And within them, the Arctic has been included, not only the Arctic, but also the indigenous peoples there. When talking about near-term risks for biodiversity loss, it is also assessed by the IPCC that those near-term risks for biodiversity loss are high to very high in the Arctic sea ice and terrestrial ecosystem. So this has to do also with the vulnerability. And another point has to do with the fact that without rapid, deep, and sustained mitigation and accelerated adaptation actions, losses and damages will continue to increase, including projected adverse impacts in several vulnerable regions as the Arctic, disproportionately affecting the most vulnerable population. In this context, as I mentioned at the beginning, it has relevance not only for the Arctic as such, but also for other regions, including lower latitudes, to the extent that these ecosystems are crucial, not only regional, but also with global implications. What is happening in the Arctic is also, for instance, translating to other regions or passing to other regions, for instance, in terms of sea level rise and other implications. In general, with regard to cooperation, the IPCC has assessed in general that enabling conditions will need to be strengthened in the near term and barriers reduced or removed to realize the opportunity for deep and rapid adaptation and mitigation actions and climate resilient development. And these enabling conditions include, among others, the access to finance, improved international cooperation, and technology improvement. So this is a general statement with regard to the global nature of climate change as a challenge not only in terms of climate, not only in terms of environment, but also in terms of development in general. Cooperation and inclusive decision making with local communities and indigenous people. So this cooperation is not only global, but also regionally and locally, including communities and indigenous people, as well as the recognition of the inherent rights of these indigenous peoples is integral to successful adaptation across forests and other ecosystems. And also the fact that there are many mitigation and adaptation actions with multiple synergies with sustainable development goals, but there are also potential trade-offs that need to be properly addressed. So in that sense, cooperation between countries and regions is critical in this sense, and then it is reinforced that finance, international cooperation, and technology are critical enablers for accelerated climate action. There is another point here. With regard to climate resilience development, and finally, the recognition of the transboundary nature of climate change risks, and in this context, increases the need for climate-informed transboundary management, cooperation, responses, and solutions through multiple national or regional governance processes. So in general, my key points are in that direction. Recognizing the relevance of the Arctic, not only for this ecosystem regionally and locally, but also globally, taking into account the relevance of this ecosystem. And secondly, the importance of highlighting cooperation, international cooperation, and cooperation within the societies, within those regions to properly advance or progress in terms of climate action.
Yeah, thank you, Ramon, for a very good contribution. And yes, I'm wondering whether the Arctic Council working groups or any Arctic experts are involved in IPCC activities, in IPCC projects.
Well, I cannot at the moment. I have not a clear figure of the amount of experts because of also, as you have been mentioning, it's not only the Russian Federation, the one represented in this ecosystem. There are other countries also. So I have not the exact number at the moment to indicate you, but in general, the IPCC processes are open for all experts to participate, and all organizations through different channels that include, for instance, the possibility of being selected as authors as part of the process. And in that sense, we are in the good momentum now, because the preparation of the 7 assessment report is taking place. By next month, the scoping meeting for making a proposal with regard to the content of the 3 main reports of the IPCC is going to take place. And by February next year, this proposal of content is supposed to be approved by the members of the panel, which are the governments. And in this process, of course, there are experts from the different countries, including Russian Federation there. I cannot tell you if any of them are properly from the Arctic, but there is this possibility of being selected as an author. Then the call for author would take place after the approval of the structure. And there are other channels for participation. Like you said, this is the most relevant issue, not to think of how many are at the moment, but how many could be in the future if they follow these channels. One has to do with the participation as observer organization. There is only one indigenous peoples organization at the moment as observer, and this is a possibility to participate, because observers are invited to the IPCC activities as an invited organization, observer organization. They have a voice there, and they can receive the information. Even they can nominate experts for the IPCC processes. And also the possibility of participating in the review processes. The draft of the IPCC have 2 rounds of reviews, and experts, including those from the Arctic or those knowledgeable of the Arctic, can participate in this review process, including the possibility of providing additional literature that they think is missing in the report. So there are options for participation, and I would say that through you and other organizations could be a possible way of, I mean, present this information or diffuse this information in order to have a better representative community. They are now the IPCC leadership in this cycle. One of the key pillars of work for Air7 being much more inclusive. I mean, inclusivity or inclusiveness, in addition to policy relevance and interdisciplinarity, are the three
Hold it up.
for this assessment. So I could say that this could be also taken as an opportunity, because this makes a reference to the need, for instance, to increase participation of indigenous and local knowledge as a representative, which is also another potential way of interacting. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So just the Northern Forum has a good opportunity to represent Northern region, Arctic regions, and can recommend some experts for IPCC activities, I guess. Great. And Paul, would you like to add something?
Just like to make a few comments about it, as we look at it from the viewpoint of the indigenous people of Alaska. So, of course, the Arctic is warming faster than everywhere else, and we're concerned about that all over the world. So we really support alternative energy, renewable energy. The Arctic nations are leading the world. Iceland, 100%, Norway, 100%, Denmark, 55%, we're 30% in Alaska. The United States renewable energy is 9%. The European Union is 13.5%. We're leading the world. Our problem is then, yes, the Arctic's special, and so they look at us as special. The bad way they look at us as special, well, let's shut down all oil and gas development there. Let's shut it all down in the Arctic. Let's discriminate against the Arctic. That is the official position of the European Union and of NGOs all across the board. Let's shut down the Arctic. Well, for our indigenous people, that's how they make a living. And the world is going to need oil and gas for quite a transition period. Now, when we talk about the ocean level rising, and that's a big one, the native people, the indigenous people of the Arctic have been living there for about 10,000 years. I talked to them and he said, yes, we see the oceans rising. We're talking about millimeters rising. But he said, within the time of our people that lived here 10,000 years ago, the ocean was 100 meters lower than it is today. 100 meters, 300 feet in 10,000 years. And this is before any oil and gas development. These are the natural cycles of the planet. Now we're accelerating it, and that's true. But even if we didn't do anything, the Earth's temperature would continue to rise. We're in about 100,000 year cycle. And once we hit the top, we go back into an ice age every 100,000 years. So we're just about at the ice age level again to start getting colder. And if we really believe that carbon dioxide and burning oil and gas is warming the planet, then I think if we're going into an ice age, which is even more devastating to the human race than heat, that we probably would say, let's burn as much oil and gas as we can to try to keep an even temperature like we're doing now with renewable energy. So we have to have that historical context, or we're completely lost talking about this. We talk like everything, the world started yesterday and global climate change is completely due to humans. It's not, it's both. And our indigenous people have seen that in a long cycle. They tell me, and you people are just starting to figure this out. They didn't say it in a mean way, but it's actually true.
Yeah, Terry, just I disagree or just
I disagree with
see.
almost
Yes.
everything you said.
Yes.
And for one thing, yes, the Arctic landscapes are only moving very slowly, and that's because of something called isostatic uplift. As the ice has gone off over the last 10,000 years, the land rises. So if you're living in the north of the Baltic in Sweden, you buy a house on the coast because you will get more garden in a few years. And the increase is quite substantial. But if you go to other parts of the world, then you see coastal inundation. And we've known it for about 150 years that the carbon dioxide molecule absorbs infrared radiation. And so the more CO2 we put up there, the more infrared radiation we will absorb. And we get warmer. Now, yes, we have natural cycles, but this is what we're seeing now is a cycle which is really intense. the warming we see and the rate of warming is more than we've seen in 80,000 years. If we look at the ice cores, this is what we're doing. And you can see all the extremes that are happening that are correlated with the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere. Where's the CO2 coming from? We know it's coming from burning fossil fuels because it has a different isotopic signature to the natural carbon that's circulating in the atmosphere. So we know we're putting more carbon into the atmosphere. We know that carbon molecules absorb infrared radiation. We know that that causes warming. We know that the warming that's caused in the Arctic, because we have a lot of carbon in the Arctic that's going into the atmosphere, has amplification around the world. It causes sea level rise, it causes warming, it disrupts the ocean current. So you were talking about the ice age. Actual warming might increase the cooling in the North Atlantic region because of the overturning of the thermohaline circulation. So we might be bringing on a little ice age to Western Europe very quickly because of the burning fossil fuels, not because it's a natural ice age coming along. So I'm sorry, but I think I have to disagree that we may have natural cycles, but what we're seeing now is due to burning fossil fuels. And I think we have to get off those as quickly as we can. I'd like to add something else as well, and that is that IPCC has done a fantastic job. But one thing we need to remember is that IPCC is an assessment. It's not collecting data. So we need the networks, the collaborations for feet on the ground in the Arctic, all over the Arctic, including the indigenous people and their fantastic knowledge, indigenous knowledge. They have a different way of knowing, but it's totally complementary to our science way of knowing. We have to bring all that knowledge to from all over the Arctic to see what's happening to biodiversity, to see what's happening to emissions of methane and carbon, see what's happening to our landscapes, whether they're getting wetter or drier as permafrost recedes down the landscape, and to see what happens with these extreme events. Massive forest fires, insect infestations, permafrost thaw with mega thaw slumps, even explosions in Yakutia from from thawing permafrost. We have to be on the ground. And that's where the biggest problem for collaboration comes. The assessment is one step later. We have to get the data. And we can argue that a lot of that data can come from remote sensing. That's excellent. Remote sensing can tell us the areas which are changing. It takes an indigenous person to tell us what's happening to their water supply, what's happening to their food, what's happening to their reindeer in an extreme event. So we need indigenous knowledge. We need science knowledge. We need people on the ground to interpret the remote sensing. Then we can go for the assessments. Thank you.
Sorry, Terry. So, okay, just I remember that in the Arctic Council recently, we are just had the disputes about indigenous knowledge, whether it is trustable data when the native people's communities can provide some observations about just reindeer situation, or just snowing, or just raining, flooding, etc., etc. And some their observation were included in Arctic Council report on biodiversity conservation, and it was very difficult to explain to fundamental scientists that it can be trustable data. So just now you say that we need that indigenous knowledge.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And Ramon said the same. Yeah, just Terry first, and then Ramon.
Okay, so in the year 2004, we published the world's first regional climate assessment. It was the ACEA, Arctic Climate Impact Assessment, and it was led by AMAP of the Arctic Council.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I was the first person to involve indigenous people and their data in that volume.
Mm-hmm.
We in science have an estimate of uncertainty.
Mm-hmm.
The problem with indigenous knowledge is they don't have an estimate of uncertainty.
Yeah.
So you have to understand what is useful, what is not useful. But I learned very quickly that they have a fantastic knowledge that we don't have. And my example was a friend of mine who's a Sami reindeer herder who asked me, what do you know about the wind changing direction in Lapland in I think it was 1998. I said nothing. He said, well, it changed direction. Why? So I said, well, how do you know? He said, because the snow was lying in different places on the ground. So I said, well, you don't have remote sensing. How do you know that? He says, because we had to take the reindeer in different routes when we were migrating. So they build on a whole series of observations to come to a conclusion. I went back to my research station and we found he was absolutely correct. So some indigenous knowledge is absolutely essential and extremely useful. It's the same with science. There's some science that is unreliable, but most of it is really good. So we have to be aware of the quality of science, the quality of indigenous knowledge.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to reiterate what my colleague said in terms of the role of the IPCC, the mandate of the IPCC, in terms of assessing relevant literature, socioeconomic, scientific and socioeconomic literature with regard to the climate science, with regard to climate change. But it is only the assessment of existing literature. The IPCC doesn't create new knowledge, doesn't generate new data. So these are other ingredients of the whole system when talking about cooperation, even that should be explored, but this is beyond the role of mandate of the IPCC. And that as a result of this assessment of the IPCC, this is the last year in 2023, the sixth assessment report concluded, and I would say that the conclusions are very well known as already our UK colleague said. One of the key messages of this assessment is the fact that, or the finding that the human activity have had a determining role in the warming of the global systems, particularly after the second half of the last century, and the unequivocal character of this finding. And also, of course, it is a recognition that there are natural factors also taking part in this process, but for sure, human activity is crucial in determining this increase in global warming, the warming of the global system during this period, particularly after the second half of last century. And with regard to the different forms of knowledge, the IPCC also in this last report highlighted the interdependence between climate change, biodiversity, ecosystem, human systems also, and also highlight the importance of the various forms of knowledge, including indigenous knowledge, the knowledge of indigenous people, and the knowledge of local communities, which are relevant. Of course, there are different forms of knowledge that would need to be properly understood, and for in this process of providing for all of those bodies of knowledge, providing inputs in this process, but we need this mutual understanding for making a proper use of this information as the result of the whole process and as part of the assessment. And for sure, I'm convinced that there is information, there is knowledge there is wisdom that need to be. We need to take this advantage and use it as part of the whole process of assessment, which is the mandate of the IPCC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramon. Just Paul,
Yeah,
would you like to add something?
Yeah, I'd like to agree with
yes, Paul,
both of my colleagues
Yeah,
here regarding an assessment. And that's what I said. Of course, we see these changes. I live there. We see it all the time. And so there's no question about that. But what is the policy that comes from it? And of course, we should support renewable energy. And we're way ahead of the rest of the world. Why are we 100% in some of our Arctic nations when the US is 9%, the European Union is 13%? What's taking so long to get it if you're so sure it's such a big problem, right? What we object to is the specific discrimination against the Arctic. The people are saying, well, because of global warming, we're going to shut down oil and gas in the Arctic. And it would not mean one drop less oil being burned, not one drop less. It would just come from somewhere else, probably at lower environmental standards than what we produce at the Alberta tar sands or something like that, if that's what you want as an alternative. So I would just like to ask, perhaps, with you from the European Union, can you justify the European Union's position that we should shut down all oil and gas in a discriminatory way against the Arctic?
I would just point to the situation in Norway that you mentioned, where they have no dependence on oil and gas. They have an Arctic community. They have the Sami community of the north of Norway. And they're very, very happy to have a green future. And they're not suffering at all.
Yeah, great. And I see that Anton Vasiliev is here, just former Russian senior Arctic official and former ambassador in Iceland. Maybe Anton, you would like to say some comments or not about just revitalizing international cooperation in the Arctic? Would you like to say something? Can you join us? Just
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be present here. And
you can sit here.
I've just came, and I really enjoyed the discussion.
Yes.
So I think the first thing I'd like to support is that things are not so simple as someone tried to present it to us. So I very much agree with Paul Fuchs. Well, so the situation, it should be what we should do is the least we should do, not discriminate the Arctic. And I think that rather than discriminating the Arctic, I think we might take example from the Arctic, the way we do things. And jumping from that, I think cooperation is the only way to do that. So that's the really practical outcome, because arguing with each other will bring us nowhere. Getting sanctions against each other bring us nowhere. The only thing to do is just sit and talk and discuss and listen to our arguments. And this is what I liked very much in the culture of the Arctic Council and the culture of the Arctic cooperation. I've been in many countries and did a lot of diplomatic job, but the thing I most enjoyed was working on cooperation between the Arctic nations. Arctic is so special because Arctic is very scarcely populated, and still, despite the climate change, the climate situation is very harsh. So if you don't help your friend, your neighbor, you will perish. And this spirit of helping each other, which was grown through this 10,000 years of living of indigenous population there, brings us to what I have felt in my years of working in the Arctic Council, brought us to the very special cooperation between the Arctic states. If they are basing their behavior on their pure, real national interests. So we have managed a lot, and I think we still are facing real big challenges. And climate change, climatic challenges, you can't deny it. You see it. It's knocking at our door. So it's really very obvious. So really, we have to do that. But we have to do that in the most appropriate way, in the just way, and in the way of cooperating each other, and basing our politics and basing our behavior not on lies, but on truth, scientific truth. And that is why I think your pavilion and your discussion is doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Anton, for a very good comments. And I'm happy to say it's a little bit hot discussions and very active discussions. So just we find out that climate change and indigenous knowledge, it could be very good directions to work together in any conditions. So, and what about that youth and children? How it could be this direction also some kind of possibility, opportunity to all countries to work together to educate the new generations and to live in peace and to work together and to listen each other, as Anton said. What do you think, just Terry? Yes.
Yeah, I would like to go back to Interact, this
Yeah.
network of 94 research stations. We've produced 2 books called Stories of Arctic Science, volumes 1 and 2. And thanks to Tom State University, the second version is available in 63 countries and has electronic teaching materials. It's reached, I think it's 26,000 primary school children, that's 4 to 11-year-old in Britain alone. And we've produced a series of 4 films that you will see at lunchtime with BBC Natural History Unit. And all these are educating children around the world. They're freely available to everyone. And I think so far we have 5 languages. We need Russian. And I keep on putting pressure on Olga to do that, but it hasn't happened yet. But because a lot of the resources were made in Russia, excellent resources, animations, graphic animations, very advanced ones, it has to be in Russian. And I think we've gone to one step forward, and that's again thanks to Olga, that we've worked with school children in Tverskoy in the Yamal Peninsula for them to monitor the changes they see in their own environment. And then we've published a paper with their teachers. So this is highly unusual for teachers to publish a paper, but it empowers those people to actually know firsthand from their own observations what's happening to their homes, not to wait for a scientist to come from somewhere and study their system, their village, and then go home again. Then some years later, it's published in a journal that they will never see. This is the people making their own observations, and this is incredibly important. So yes, we've got to realize that we messed up the environment. My generation, my parents' generation, and we have to help the children to survive in what we've done.
So one of the projects we talked about at the Northern Forum is a Trans-Arctic sustainable development curriculum for our secondary school students. And as you say, we need to look at this in a historical perspective. We're going to call this the Arctic's journey to sustainable development. And early practices weren't that good. But look what we've learned ever since and the commitment that we've made now to sustainable development. Another important part of it is giving some pride in what we're doing to produce what we produce for the rest of the world that they need to live. You know, for instance, mining project. You cannot make an electric car without a mine. So it takes about 200 pounds of copper ore, you know, you get about a 3% recovery rate. That means you need to mine 3 tons of copper ore for 1 car. Okay, where's that going to come from? So, you know, we need to understand all the consequences of this as well. And we want our kids to be able to want to take these jobs up there. It's one of the things that, you know, employment in the Arctic, in these remote areas, you know, sometimes life is tough. You have to be kind of a special person to want to live there. But that's our idea, is to get some kind of an agreed upon sustainable development curriculum for our secondary schools of the Arctic.
Well, with regard to this, with regard to your question, indeed, you said that the education of young people and the contribution of young experts is crucial, and the IPCC also in the report attached particularly important to this area also with regard to the young expert. The IPCC has a very small scholarship program, mainly for a student for the least developed countries that in order to support their PhDs, studies, and so on. And also is promoting as chapter scientists, young chapter scientists, as a way of contributing to their deep involvement in the climate change assessment. Climate change, as I said before, is a reality, and the energy sector, of course, has a crucial place to the extent that is the main contributor in terms of greenhouse gases emission, as has been already said. But we need to take into account that there are also risks not associated. There are when talking about the risk framework for in dealing with climate change, it is important firstly to take into account the risk of climate change as such, and the risk of non-action. But of course, mitigation and adaptation, they have their own cost barriers and also feedbacks that need to be properly assessed. And there are also negative implications associated to the potential responses in terms of adaptation and mitigation that need to be properly addressed as part of the whole framework, risk framework, which is part of the comprehensive assessment. And the IPCC is through the assessment of this new literature is working in that direction.
Peter would like to add something.
Just one word, and that
Yeah.
is there is an organization called Polar Educators International. So if you want to know about material and resources as well as Interact, you can go to their website and there's a whole lot of resources. And they are developing even better collaboration through ICARP 4 in Boulder, Colorado next year.
Yeah, thank you very much for the active discussion. And the next questions is about the next COP30, COP in Brazil, in Belém. And we would like to hope very much to create again the Arctic Pavilion. And what kind of topics should be raised in Belém just from the Arctic point of view? It would be very interesting to have your some kind of thoughts or recommendations for us, just who just dedicated in these activities. So and 10 years, 9 years ago, just 17th Sustainable Development Goals were approved in Rio, also in Brazil. So just 10 years of SDG and 30 scope in Belém, how we combine this Sustainable Development Goals and climate change issues, and again, just to strengthen the Arctic voice. So just who first?
Okay, I think I see two different parts of this that should come
Yes.
together.
Yeah.
And one part is the people that live in the Arctic. They need security of food, water, and fuel. And although it's oil rich, there are many local populations that struggle for fuel. So we need to look at fuel as well as food and water. But at the same time, we have to look at what the Arctic means for the rest of the world, because that's the way we will attract resources for working in the Arctic. So sea level rise, amplification of climate warming, all these through methane emissions, through carbon emissions. We have to look at what role the Arctic plays in the global context. So one hand, it's the local people, what they need to survive and lead a healthy life. On the other hand, what the Arctic means to the rest of the world.
So I'd like to see us present something about an energy budget for the world, where we really look at this in a comprehensive manner. And what we're looking at is we got about 8 billion people today. They're expected by 2050, we're going to be 10 or 11 billion people in the world. At that point, it should kind of level out, because as you get higher levels of economic development, population rates kind of level out. But you've got that much additional, and we got 2 billion people of the world that don't have any energy. I mean, they're cooking with dried out cow patties is how they're cooking their food. So they're going to have increased energy. So what's happened, the only time we've actually had an actual reduction in oil and gas, in energy consumption is COVID. Now, who wants to go back to living like that? Shut down the schools, the hospital, the restaurants, don't go out of the house, don't fly anywhere. So, what we're seeing is that, yes, renewable energy is going up, but so is fossil fuel at the same time. The world cannot live without energy, and we just need to look at that. What is the balance? So give us some idea of it. At what point do you think we're not going to need oil and gas anymore? It's going to be a long ways into the future. And that doesn't even count making a plastic. They say by 2050, 50% of oil would be going to make plastic and the clothes that we're wearing. So that isn't even burning it. So we're going to need it. And, we're going to have to continue to produce it. And overall, we need to make the point, it's not the 4 million people of the Arctic, what we're producing. It's the 8 billion people of the rest of the world that are burning these fossil fuels. It is a consumption issue, not a production issue.
Yeah, with regard to this last question, I would like to add that indeed the world need an energy transition, transition in a sustainable energy transition with much less fossil fuels content in the as part of this transition, but need to be a just transition, equitable transition, and inclusive transition. And for sure, the needs, without sacrificing, of course, the needs of development of the developing countries. For sure, this 700 million people living in sub-Saharan Africa and Southern Asia needs electricity. They don't know that there is this amount of people without electricity nowadays, and this is needed. But of course, the needed transition need to be, as I said, is needed first, and secondly, need to be fair, just, inclusive, and equitable. In that sense, the whole range of the IPCC has explored these different options, and we need to take into account also the demand side. They need to redimension the demand side, not only thinking in terms of the supply side, but also considering the need of change in the lifestyles. And yeah, this is another issue that was introduced in the with much more detail in the last assessment of the IPCC, and it's for sure a dimension that need to be further development. With regard to potential topics for the let's say the next pavilion in the context of a COP30, I could say that cooperation, collaboration should remain as a key topic. But also, I also agree with our colleague from UK in terms of the need of, highlighting the implication of all of this rapid climate change for livelihood in these Arctic regions, the implication for sure of all of this for the rest of the world, and also biodiversity. I could say that is crucial, and being Brazil, one of the mega diverse countries of the world, this connection, this implication of the rapid changes in the Arctic on biodiversity should be revisited as part of the whole discussion there. And yeah, as I said before, cooperation should remain as a key topic.
Thank you, dear friends, for very good discussions. We have just a few minutes left. Maybe some questions I have for you. Just please.
Thank you. Okay, so my question quickly is that we talk about transitioning from fossil fuel, and yes, we recognize the needs of the developing countries of the other parts of the world. But the transition from fossil fuel to renewable energy is very expensive. And I'm glad that you made the point that we need to keep it up front and focus the need for funding to assist with transition, especially in these other countries. And so I just wanted to just make that point, not necessarily a question, but the fact that it is critically important, because when in developing countries, what you find is that persons or even leaders look at the short-term goals that they can reap as leaders instead of focusing on long-term investment. And when we can assess funding, then this is indeed, a push towards forcing them into thinking this kind of way. So thank you for your presentation today. It was indeed useful. Thank you.
Thanks. No questions? No questions.
Just suggestion. If it is possible about the
Okay.
about the topics for the COP30.
Okay.
I think it is possible to include in the schedule the topic dealing with education in Arctic and climate change domain, not only for schools but for university. And by the way, this we need to point that now we have such an organization as Net University of BRICS Net University, and Brazil is very interested in developing this. So I suggest to include this topic. I mean education in Arctic and climate change domains. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you. Paul and then Ramon.
Yeah, I'm glad you raised the issue of BRICS. I think it's a really important development for the world. And, part of it, I'm with the Consul General of India that came, and he said, look, BRICS, we're not doing this to go against the Western world. We're doing it to provide some common understandings where we can operate with each other, where we don't have sanctions getting in the way of our business, where we don't have our actual currency, money, being used as a weapon. You know, the idea of a BRICS currency that would be an alternative that's not subject to being hijacked for sanctions is very important for people in the business world. I mean, how money should just be an accounting system, not a weapon to be used. So yeah, I think BRICS is really important in, you know, just providing some balance for the world. And like I said, our organization, we say we are for a peaceful and prosperous Arctic, and the same for the world. We want peace. We don't want these wars. You know, it's ridiculous. So, you know, as I said, we've had an election in the United States. Hopefully we can get this one resolved and get on a new path.
With regard to the comment made in terms of the financing and the need of finance, when I talk about cooperation, I said this is one of the key enablers of climate action. For sure, the others are financing and technology, including, of course, technology transfers. So finance, technology, and international and cooperation in general are key enablers for climate action, and it has to do with your concern in terms of how to progress in that direction, but recognizing that it is not cheap. I mean, it needs resources and need to be covered. And with regard to the BRIC and the potential contribution in that sense, I would say that as part of the whole work this year of the presidents of the Russian Federation of the BRIC, I know that there is the intention of going further in building a scientific platform for the BRICS, and in so doing, I could say that there are a lot of potential there to go further in the assessment or research or whatever. I mean, including many of the topic that you mentioned. I mean, not only the assessment but also data collection and processing, and the new research that could be taken care of as part of this body. And being Brazil also BRIC, this is another point of connection there that could be further explored in that meeting.
Okay. Yes.
Just one brief comment to
Yeah.
Victor's comment, and that is that what I absolutely agree, it would be great for the next COP to consider education, but my request would be not to reinvent the wheel. We have the University of the Arctic with over 200 universities, and we have the interacting TSU materials for primary school kids and secondary school kids. Let's get them together, see where the gaps are, see where we can go with BRICS and the other nations, and so build on what we have.
Thank you, dear friends, for the excellent discussions, and we are just all absolutely in time. And the next session on International Polar Year will start immediately, and Anton Vasiliev is moderating that. And thank you again. Let's have a joint picture.
Thank you.
Yeah, yes, let's have a picture all together. Just thank you.
А вы даже вчетвером не хотите ничего? Не пустите еще кого-нибудь с вами? Нет. Нет? Я тоже хочу.
Excellent.
Okay. See you next time.
Yes, Sergey, also do.
Yeah, I still have one with him in the afternoon. Yes.
Great, great. Да. Отлично.
Да, зашли уже. Да, сидят.
В интернете, да?
Может, тогда вас ближе к центру сядете? Я стол беру. Ну вот мы еще.
Нет, мы хотим экран
Я
оставить.
стол беру. экран.
Мы же по-английски, правильно?
Сядьте хотя бы.
А?
Сядьте хотя бы.
Нет, конечно, конечно. Так, микрофон нам такой. Вас двое только будет, да, или еще? Еще кто-то будет? Больше никого? Михеев может подойти. Хорошо. Обязательно сядем?
Okay. Okay. So, okay, let's get started. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and colleagues, welcome to our roundtable on the forthcoming 5th International Polar Year. This is more than relevant subject to discuss at UNFCCC COP because most of the IPY's endeavors are directly or indirectly about climate and climate change. Besides, COP and IPY are major international undertakings of global character. I would like to congratulate our hosts in Azerbaijan for the excellent arrangements and hospitality. My name is Anton Vasilyev. I'm ambassador, former Russian senior Arctic official. My name is Anton Vasilyev. I'm ambassador, former Russian senior Arctic official, a former Russian ambassador to Iceland, and currently vice president of the Russian AGO, Association of Polar Explorers. And I'm also goodwill ambassador of the Northern Forum and advisor to some Russian Arctic universities and think tanks, such as the State Hydrometeorological University. First of all, I'd like to pay tribute to the Northern Forum and its executive director, Vladimir Vasilyev, for their long and hard work on arranging this Arctic Pavilion for the first time in the history of COPs. Bearing in mind that the Arctic is often called the climate kitchen of our planet, it is important that the Arctic agenda play a visible role in our discussions at COP29. I can only hope and wish that this pavilion will be a success here, and I think it is already a success, we can state that, and that it will be an integral part of the future COPs. My gratitude also goes to the esteemed Russian sponsors of this pavilion, Melnichenko Foundation. So allow me to introduce our distinguished panelists today. Sitting next to me is Dr. Alexander Shestakov, Chief Expert, Department of Ecology of Lomonosov Moscow State University Marine Research Center. Online participants today are Dr. Yuri Sychov, Deputy Director General for Scientific Research of Arctic Ugol Company. Dr. Alexey Gunya, Leading Research Fellow, Russian Academy of Science Institute of Geography. And Dr. Andrei Briksenkov, Moscow Bureau Chief of the Russian State Hydrometeorological University, St. Petersburg. We're also hoping to have here, at least briefly, the rector of the Russian State Hydrometeorological University, Dr. Valery Mikheyev. One of the first This is one of the first roundtables on IPY5 among the Russian experts that I'm aware of. We cannot be too ambitious at this stage. The purpose of our discussion is to reflect on why do we need the next IPY, what are the basic substantial scientific interests in IPY for Russia and Russian research institutions, what is the best way to organize ourselves, who could be our foreign partners, and what can we expect from them, what lessons can be drawn from previous IPYs, and what IPY 5 will differ by from IPY 4. How can we coordinate our preparations with our foreign colleagues in the current situation, etc. We have 2 hours at our disposal, and we need to finish strictly by 13 hours local time, or 12 hours Moscow time. So allow me to start with making a very brief introduction on the just mentioned issues. First, what is IPY? International Polar Year is a major international scientific and practical undertaking. It's a big thing. In a nutshell, it's a program of large-scale, consistent, long-term, and globally coordinated climatic, geophysical, social, economic, and other studies of the polar regions. Its purpose is to improve our understanding of ongoing processes and transformations, obtaining significant and reliable data to take science-based political and practical decisions. We already had 4 IPYs in the past. 1882 to 1883, 1932 to 1933, 1957 to 1958. This third IPY was called International Geophysical Year. And the last one was in 2007 to 2008. So we already have a tradition to sustain. Just to remind, within the frame of IPY 4 in 2007-2008, over 800 projects had been implemented, among them about 40 marine and 200 terrestrial expeditions, and over 200 other scientific projects implemented in Arctic Russia. Over 80 Russian institutions, including 8 federal ministries and agencies, associations, foundations, and other, directly participated in IPY 4. A landmark achievement, the legendary dive of Artur Chiringarov's group, when the titanium Russian flag was installed at the geographical North Pole Point at the floor of the Arctic Ocean, was reached in August 2007, exactly within the framework of IPY 4. So for Russia, the key outcomes of IPY 4, inter alia, were modernization of glacial, hydrometeorological, and geophysical monitoring facilities, using outer space, special automated technical means, and ground-based observation system in the Arctic and Antarctic, holding comprehensive high-latitude expeditions in the Arctic, and improving effectiveness of the Russian Antarctic expedition, accumulation of a comprehensive and top-quality stock of information on the polar regions of the Earth, modernization of climate and environment monitoring and research based on the system of distributed information resources, development of advanced methods and techniques of analysis and forecasting of processes in the atmosphere, in the ocean, in the water, on the land, and in the near outer space. The results of IPY 4 were reflected in national and international databases, monographs, and research papers, numerous international scientific conferences. In Russia, they have laid ground and contributed to adoption of strategic policy decisions on development of the Arctic zone of the Russian Federation. The IPY 4 success was so big, was so evident, that I remember it very well. We even have an idea of arranging an international polar decade. Why should we limit ourselves to 1 year? Let's make it decade. So that was one of the first emotional outcome of IPY 4. But although this idea turned out premature, The second question is why? Why are we talking about a new IPY, which is expected to happen in 2032, 2033, 7 or 8 years from now, as proposed by the Arctic and Antarctic parliamentarians? I think there are good reasons in favor of these dates. So why are I talking about these dates? 2032, 2033 is exactly 25 years since IPY4. It's a generation age. The older generation of scientists and researchers will be able to pass on their knowledge and experience to the new one. So we've just discussed it at the previous session here. It looks like climate change is accelerating. We witness new climate records and climate-related disasters more and more often. Just remember recent floods in Spain and recent wildfires in Canada. And we hear that climate change in the polar regions happen even faster than elsewhere compared with what we thought before. This is what we are discussing here at COP29. Now we are living in the midst of the fourth industrial revolution. Our means, tools, and technologies of observation, monitoring, measurement, and analysis have become much more sophisticated than in the beginning of the century when we had the previous IPY4. And the technical progress is accelerating too. Just think about potential of artificial intelligence or quantum computing and what could we do with the help of these new things. Just 10 to 20 years ago, one could only dream of what we have now. We have begun a large-scale economic development of the Arctic and its vast natural resources and new strategic sea routes. This is especially true about the Arctic in Russia and the Northern Sea route. There are some important dates here at stake already. And so the Paris Convention will have a target date of 2030, and we shall have to see what will be achieved and what will be missed, and to make the conclusions and to define the targets for a new historical period. These are far from all points in favor of IPY 5 in 2032-33. And of course, taking into consideration the current political situation, there is no need to underscore a united, mutually beneficial, and positive nature of this undertaking. And the question number 3, why we should prepare now, start preparing now? Why we are doing that 7 or 8 years before? The idea of holding IPY 5 is being discussed by parliamentarians and international scientific organizations since 2019, for a couple of years already. Russia was approached, and after the interagency considerations has welcomed the idea in principle. Our Arctic neighbors have already started serious preparations and will be organizing initial international conferences early next year, just to kickstart the planning of IPY 5. I just heard at one of the sessions here last week that our Norwegian colleagues from AMAP said that the government of Norway has already started the planning of IPY 5. But unfortunately, our Western neighbors, they have cut really all contacts with Russian scientists. However, the geopolitical situation is evolving, and we are open for cooperation to the extent that they are ready to do it. We should do our own planning with the view to coordinate our plans in the future when the necessary conditions are ripe. We should not allow a situation where the others will plan everything without us, then come to us and say, sign here. Arctic is our home and our future. Russia is nearly half of the world Arctic, and we bear the special responsibility for the state of affairs in the Arctic. My guess is that IPY 5 will by far surpass previous IPYs by scale and depth. We shall have to prepare well in advance in defining our own scientific and practical interests, as well as prepare ourselves to accommodate the interests of our partners. we shall need to prepare financially, meaning both budget and private funding, because IPY will be quite a costly exercise. And we also shall need to prepare our participants, including young scientists, for whom this will be the first experience of this kind, and for whom this will be a serious attractive and stimulus side of their profession. I am sure that much more countries will be involved in the new IPY because the interest in the Arctic and Antarctic is growing for obvious reasons. In IPY 4, we had 69 countries, so I think this time it will be much more. The scope of IPY 5 will inevitably include for the first time the third pole, the so-called third pole, the mountainous areas of the world with glaciers that are melting too. So much more coordination will be required. We shall have to prepare and in a way to enlighten, for example, our colleagues in BRICS. And as we did it previously, it will be instrumental to have the coordinating and leadership roles of the profile international organizations. First of all, of IMO, International Meteorological Organization. I even do not exclude the possibility that IPY 5 can become a United Nations IPY. Why not? Not at least the argument in favor of an early start of preparation, of course, is that these preparations by themselves are and will be an important act of cooperation, so needed in today's world. So having said that, let me pass the floor to our distinguished participants. Dr. Yuri Sychov, you were an active participant and organizer of IPY 4. How would you assess the results of IPY 4 to Russia and for our foreign partners? What are the most important lessons of IPY 4 we should bear in mind and take into consideration while preparing IPY 5? What was the basis, the root of success of IPY 4 that we should keep in IPY 5? What should be the sequence of preparation steps to IPY 4? Dr. Yuri Sychov, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Anton. Thank you, dear colleagues. Could I ask to launch my presentation? If possible, of course. Oh, okay. No, it's not mine. Okay, until we wait the presentations. No, something wrong. Okay, let me read my very carefully prepared presentation. Until
One moment, we don't hear you.
Okay, wait.
Presentation. Can you check it out? I gave you a permission to share a presentation. Can you check it up?
Sorry?
I gave you a permission.
No. I sent it a couple of days ago to organizer. So that would be nice if you can run on your site. At least I have received the response that everything reached you okay.
Wait a second.
Yes.
Yeah. I will open now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I opened. Wait a second.
Okay.
Все, вы нас слышите?
Да, конечно. Oh, nice. Okay, dear colleagues, Anton, in his introductory speech, already mentioned at least half of items I would like to mention in my speech, but I will repeat and maybe some pass. Okay, so what we start with the history. Just we discuss the results of IPv4, and maybe you notice that it was coincided with 50th anniversary of International Geophysical Year and the third IPY. So we are maintaining the tradition of focusing on round dates. Holding the IPY into 2032-33 will allow for a comprehensive study of the change that have occurred over 24 years in the polar regions, which are the kitchen, as we say, and an objective assessment of the results of development of international business communities within the framework of the Paris Agreement on climate change. Let me remind of main stages of IPY. Please, next slide. Oh, okay. First International Polar Year was held in 1982-1983. 10 countries took part in it. Observations were made at 11 stations in the Northern Hemisphere and 2 stations in the subantarctic. Observations were made in the Earth's magnetic field, temperature, atmospheric pressure, relative humidity, and visual observation of cloud and polar lights were also carried out. The organization of the first International Polar Year was the merit of George von Nemer, Austria, President of International Polar and National Polar Commissions. Next slide, please. The second International Polar Year was held in 1932-1933, just 100 years ago. The scope of observation was significantly reduced due to the global depression that took place during these years. During the second IPY, a number of marine expeditions were carried out in the Arctic seas, and unique data on the ice and ice regime of the Arctic seas were obtained. The second IPY played a major role in the development of the methods for hydrometeorological and ice forecast, and determining the features of hydrometeorological regime in the Arctic in studies the geomagnetic fields, the propagation of radio waves, etc. The continuation of IPY program was the creation in May 1937 of the first drifting station at the North Pole, which opened an entire era of observation on drifting ice in the Central Arctic. It's generally, next slide, please. Okay, next slide. Thank you. It's generally accepted the third International Polar Year was a part of the International Geophysical Year 1957-1958, when research in the polar region of the Earth reaches an unprecedented scale. During this year, completely new information about an atmosphere, ocean, and glaciation was obtained in the polar region of the Earth. A number of large international projects were initiated to study various components of the environment of the polar region, and the era of space research began. It was the result of the third IPY that led to creation of a system of international data exchange and world data centers in the height of the Cold War. Almost 50 years later, in 2003, Russia came forward with an initiative to conduct large-scale research in the Arctic and Antarctic in the frames of the fourth International Polar Year. This initiative was supported by the World Meteorological Organization at 14th World Meteorological Congress 2003, and by the Executive Council of the International Councils of Scientific Unions in 2004. In 2005, WMO and ICSU established the Joint Organizing Committee of the IPY, and on March 1 of 2007, the official start of International Polar Year was announced at the UNESCO IOC office in Paris. Thus, it took only 6 years to go from the proposal of the initiative to its successful implementation. Fourth, IPY was a large-scale international scientific experiment, including scientific events, coordinating in time, space, and methodological support for collecting and analyzing factual data of the state of the environment in the key areas of the Earth's polar regions. Within the framework of the 4 IPY, 228 international projects were carried out, in which 50,000 scientists from more than 60 countries took part. During the IPY, many countries significantly expanded their polar research. As a result, new scientific data were obtained, a scientific infrastructure was created, and new modeling and observation technologies were developed. The main legacy of the 4th IPY was important strategic decisions of the development of Russia's activities in high latitude. A large volume of in situ studies of natural environment of the Arctic and Antarctic. Restoration and reorganization of the network of meteorological actinometric and upper air observation and sea level measurement in the Arctic. New data for, to sustain the other boundary of the continental shelf in the Arctic. The first ever deep sea dive of people to the bottom of the Arctic Ocean at the pole. Multidisciplinary information found of the polar region of the Earth. The basic Arctic observation network, SOUN, Joint Hydrometeorological Observatory with NOAA USA in Tixi, multi-volume scientific publication, including 10 tomes, 10 books. Okay. Continuing to conduct observation in the polar region became the scope of the International Polar Decade Initiative proposed by the Russian Federation at the final stage of the IPY. Unlike the IPY, which was one-time campaign, the International Polar Decade was to be a coordinated program implemented over a long period. The need of organized the International Polar Decade was noted in the NOAA Declaration on the occasion of the 7th Ministry Session in the Arctic Council on May 12, 2011. It was approved by a special resolution of the 16th Meteorological Congress in 2011 in Geneva. However, for a number of reasons, this initiative was never implemented. Therefore, today we are again faced with the need for a targeted and systematic study of the polar regions of the planet. Next slide, please. Okay, next. Thank you. Next. And the next. Okay. Okay, and the next. Okay, on the slide you can see the main tasks of the International Polar Decade and why it's so important. I will say a little bit later. Okay, it's not a secret that the polar regions are a natural amplifier of the climate signal. Changes there occur faster, and scale of this change is much larger than the average for the planet. And at the same time, the extremely sparse network of observation in the polar regions does not allow obtaining statistically valid estimates of the climatic signal, which naturally affects the accuracy of the long-term climate forecast. Considering the practical consequences of such forecast, conducting a large-scale international experiment to study the polar region, which is the International Polar Year, seems necessary. Next slide, please. Okay, next. Thank you. Moreover, we're considering it important to take into account the joint proposal of IASC and International Arctic Social Science Association and the University of the Arctic to implement of the International Polar Decade during the 8-year preparation for IPY5. So it seems to me we can start it very soon. The main feature of Polar Decade could be implemented before the IPY5 will start it. I would like to know that the preparation and holding of the IPY5 provides an exceptional opportunity to implement the Arctic Council Agreement of enhancing international Arctic scientific cooperation also. Thus, I propose to organize a board discussion of the initiative to hold the 5th IPY in the scientific and university environment with the involvement of the international organizations such as International Science Committee, WMO, IAC, UNESCO, using the successful experience of organizing 4th IPY. Next slide, please. And next, please. Okay. So in this regard, I would like to cite the lessons of the 4th IPY formulated by WMO Secretariat when summing up the results. First, coordination of efforts of international organizations in preparing a large-scale polar research program should be started as early as possible. Second, creation of a funding mechanism and the policy of funding, management, and data exchange should be among the priority areas in the initial stage of preparation. Third, a new generation of polar researchers should be involved in planning program at the initial stages. Fourth, the committee responsible for overseeing the program of the office program should continue its work for at least 2 years after the official close of the program. I think the conclusions will have great practical applications in the preparation of the 5th IPY, as well as the overall experience of organizing and holding the 4th International Polar Year. I want to answer the questions that Anton asked. Why should we start preparations to the IPY before the 7 years of its starting? Because it's even not enough to do every work to prepare such complicated things like an IPY. So as usual, we are trying to reach the trains that already started. So we need this quick, and we need to work hard to do all the things good. The 4th IPY experience is the basic for such conclusion. Please, next slide. Finally, I would like to take note on the important role of organizing and holding the 4th IPY was played by the outstanding scientist and the polar explorer Artur Chelingarov. He was one of the first to come up with the initiative Hold the 4th IPY, and within the framework of the Russian scientific program, was the first of the world to reach the geographic North Pole at the bottom of the Arctic Ocean on the deep-sea submersible vehicle Mir. In 2021, Dr. Chelingarov proposed to support the initiative of the 14th Conference of Parliamentarians of Arctic Region to hold the 5th IPY in 2032-2033. To our deep regret, he is no longer with us. But holding the 5th IPY will be a worthy testimony of respect and memory to this outstanding person and scientist. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Suchov. We shall get back to you when we shall have question and answers time. And now let me address Dr. Alexey Gunya. Dr. Gunya, you are a leading expert in Russia in scientific research of mountainous regions. What are your thoughts on the inclusion of the 3rd pole into the scope of IPY 5? What are the commonalities of the 3rd pole with the Arctic and Antarctic? How can inclusion of the 3rd pole in the IPY research plan help to move forward our understanding of the changes at the geographical poles of Earth and vice versa? What countries can and should be our key partners to achieve the necessary synergy? What will be the role of BRICS? What kind of research projects do you envisage in IPY 5? Dr. Gunya, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I'm glad to be here. And during the previous session, it was very interesting idea that the Arctic cannot be considered separately from the rest of the world. Could you give me the permission to share my presentation, please? Yeah. Can you see my screen? I hope. Yeah. Okay. I would like to look at the connection between mountains and the polar regions. There is much in common. These are two of the most unique environments on our planet where natural conditions are similar in many ways and where there are extreme conditions for life. I'd like to focus on 6 topics: mountains and the polar areas, the concept of the third pole, mountain research, mountains of Russia, global changes in mountains, and international cooperation in mountains.
Dr. Guni, I'm sorry. Spread your presentation. Make a full screen.
Yeah. Okay. Do you see now?
Oh, the presentation board.
No, not yet. Just press the button, make it full screen presentation.
I have it, but I don't know why it is not on your screen.
So,
In my
Alexei, do you have it in a slideshow mode?
yes,
Yes. Yeah, click here. Slideshow.
now.
It probably doesn't work for us.
Okay, then maybe I then try to a moment, just a moment. Again. And not, yeah, it's not again, yeah, okay. Otherwise, we can use my presentation I sent previously.
Maybe you can press the button F5. It's launch presentation mode on your PC.
Yes, I tried. Mm-hmm. 5, 6, yeah. So no, yeah.
Press F5.
But
okay, let's not stop here. Let's move on. Dr. Gunia, let's move on if you can't cope with them.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. That it works. It works now. We have it. Stop here and move on. You pressed the right button. Oh, no, it's back to normal. Oh, that's right. That's right. We have it. We have it.
This is a presentation I sent, I
yes,
suppose, yeah?
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
So go on.
Yeah. Okay, then next slide, please. Next slide, please. This is my plan. Yeah, and the next, please. So I think, yeah, this is my yeah, okay, yeah. Mountains and polar regions play an important role in regulating the entire global ecosystem, and mountains and polar areas are unique in the terms of nature, biodiversity, cultural characteristics of the local population, development, and so on. And of course, they are very sensitive to human impact, and they are the first to feel climate change. And there is a certain similarity in organization holding, for example, International Polar Years, or also International Year of Mountain Territories. The next, please. Yeah. As you can see from the map, the Earth's cryosphere continues in the mountains. It is a common object of study. Mountain permafrost, colored in red, goes further south, covering large areas. Joint study of polar and mountain regions manifested themselves within the framework of the International Geophysical Year program Dr. Sichel mentioned. In particular, in the Caucasus on Elbrus Mountain, numerous studies of the atmosphere and cryosphere were conducted. Next, please. Mountains occupy, accordingly to various estimates, from 15 to 30% of the land. Mountains areas are home to almost 15% of the world's population, and half of the world's biodiversity is found in the mountains. The well-being of about half the planet's population depends on the water, food, and energy resources that mountain ranges contain. The next, please. Continents have different average heights. The highest mountain is Antarctica, as you can see from the map, with an average height of 2,400 meters above the sea level. In the picture on the right, we can see a powerful system of ridges which are currently covered with ice. The next, please. The most extensive areas occupied by mountains are typical for Asia. It is the mountains of Asia that form a huge massive of high mountains, which in many ways bear the feature of a polar climate, severe temperatures, winds, permafrost. Here is the highest peak of the Earth and the powerful mountain ranges of the Himalayas, Hindu Kush, Kunlun, Pamir, Tian Shan. Next, please. The concept of the third pole, it is very important now in my context. What is this? First of all, you can see from this map, we can see the Tibetan Plateau is surrounded by mountains ranges. There are more than 100,000 square kilometers of glaciers here. Under the influence of climate change, temperature are increasing, glaciers are melting, snowfall is decreasing. On the other hand, there is accelerating urbanization on the periphery of this macro region. The population is growing, which needs water and energy and so on and so on. The next, please. The role of mountains as a water tower is most obvious in the example of the third pole. In this region, water from mountains meets the needs of almost 2 billion people. Snow contributes to the total flow more than, if we take in account rivers in highland Asia, about 2/3 they give the water from melting for the snow melting. Glacier runoff accounts about up to 12%. The next, please. What about mountains of Russia? The territory of Russia can illustrate the smooth transition of polar regions into mountains and vice versa. Politicians draw more or less clear boundaries. The regions of the far north, so-called far north, left the map on the left, and localities equivalent to regions of the far north pale blue are distinguished. The boundaries of the mountains are submerged in these boundaries. It should be emphasized that the northern problem has a long history. It is institutionalized, and even they have also some symbols. The mountain, the mountain theme has not yet, the mountain topic has not yet manifested itself in political decisions. Also, as will be presented further, mountains occupy more than 50% of the country. The next, please. So if you can see from this map, water to attention approaches to the delineation of borders. The basis is the administrative borders and the grounds for delineating the border of the Arctic zone and the territories of the far north. Here we can see that part of the territories located far in the south, like Mountain Altai and Tuva, are included in the regions of the far north. This is due to the fact that these southern regions have high mountains where living conditions are close to the northern and Arctic. The next. We see that assignment to the polar regions may depend on various factors, not only location in the north. If we compare the criteria of, let's say, northerness and mountainous, we can see that some criteria are similar, such as bioclimatic severity, or the meteorological regime, or transport accessibility and remoteness. But there are also significant differences. For example, mountains are characterized by complexity of relief, increased risk of natural disasters, and so on. The next, please. Interestingly, in the mountains countries of Europe, living in the mountains gives the right to payments. Mountains must be characterized by a significant limitation of the possibility of using the land and significant increase in the cost of its cultivation due to climate and relief. But most importantly, urban area north of the 62nd parallel and some adjacent areas must be considered mountains. Yeah, there is a direct link between the north and the mountains at the institutional level. Next, please. So, as more than half of Russia's territory is occupied by mountains, but compared to the Arctic zone and the North, which are recognized, politically recognized, there is a special law. The mountains are not yet noticed by politicians. Mountain policy has not been formed. This is also due to the fact that there are fewer resources such as gas and oil in the mountains and so on. The next. Traditional altitude intervals adopted in Russian cartography highlight mountains well, but this result does not correspond to generally accepted world mountain models that take into account two parameters, slope and terrain roughness. The map above right, there is a world criteria of relief of mountains. The next, please. The uniqueness of the relief of Russia lies in the combination of pronounced actual subaltitudinal and submeridional ridges with massive highlands and vast high plateaus. This is clearly visible in the model obtained by fuzzy supervision of two parameters, topographic relief index and height above the level of the nearest river. The next, please. Mountains are found in the Fachov regions of Russia, but only some of them have mountain population. There is no population, for example, in the northern and eastern mountains. The Republic of Dagestan in the Caucasus has the largest mountain population. Every sixth mountain settlement in Russia is here. The next, please. What about mountain research? If you see mountain conferences are held regularly around the world, and even short-term changes in the concept and strategies are quite impressive. Those at a mountain conference in Perth in England in 2015, the main tasks of mountain research were reflect, evaluate, and synthesize progress in understanding global changes, refine and agree on steps for scientific cooperation and joint action in the context of global change, strengthen effective interdisciplinary and international cooperation of scientists, and so on and so on. That's very similar to Arctic region. Yeah. The next, please. Now, the main topics in mountain research in the international context cover various topics from climate change, disaster risk reduction, to, let's say, mountains and security, biodiversity, sustainable development, and so on and so on. Also, here, I demonstrate the similarity with polar regions. The next, please. An important scientific task is to develop an assessment of the vulnerability and resilience. Here I would pay attention that the term of resilience is coming from the Arctic investigation a lot. So that is there are two diametrically different approaches here. In the first case, mountains are considered as a purely natural ecosystems, and in this case, vulnerability and resilience as natural ecological parameters. In the second case, mountains as extreme areas of human habitation. They are socio-ecological systems, and vulnerability and resilience are socio-ecological parameters. The next, please. classical complex mountain research is close to polar. For example, the boundaries and areas of settlement are studied. On the right side, you can see pictures of the southernmost village in Russia, that is a kurort in Dagestan, in mountains, and the northernmost in the Dolgana-Nenets region on Taimyr. The next, please. The main natural determinants of the environment for human activity, both in the mountains and in the north, are the indicators characterizing the conditions for a particular type of nature management. Those sustainable yields of agricultural crops are limited by the sum of the active temperature in different regions in the world. So, for example, in the Caucasus, arable terrace can be found from 800 meters above the sea level to the 2,600 meter in the eastern Caucasus. The next, please. In common, this diagram reflects the scope of mountain study, integrating social and natural science with positivistic and constructivistic intersection to reach convergence towards so-called montology, the mountain study. If at first integrated approaches within the framework of Humboldt mountain science dominated, then later mountain research broke up into many directions. I think this is very similar to polar investigation. First of all, natural, ecological, geophysical, and then also involved social and so on. The next, please. The next. Yeah, thanks. This one, so if you can say about peculiarity of mountain and also in polar research, they are unique laboratories for studying fast-moving changes. They provide rich experience in complex interdisciplinary research and the effectiveness of integrated approach in studying and responding to global problems like climate change, land cover dynamics, and so on, has been proven also in mountains and I think also in polar regions. Mountain research forms complex thinking and links with practice. In this sense, mountains and I think also polar region are scene for interaction between science and praxis. The next, please. Mountains, like polar regions, play an important role in regulating the Earth's climate and the water cycle. Climate change has led to the degradation of glaciers in mountain permafrost, the transformation of the water regime of mountain rivers, and an increase in the risk of natural disasters. The next. In Russia, in my Institute of Geography, we monitor glaciers, creates and updates a catalog of glaciers in Russia based on satellite data. Next, please. But the mountain climate is a bit different from a polar one because there is rough mountains terrain, also altitude catena and gradients, and very few regular meteorological observation. But in the last case, it is similar to polar regions. The next. there is a high confidence that there are a lot of different hazards like catastrophic glaciers, movements, mud flows, avalanches, landslides, and so on. Next. So if you look, if you have a look at trends in the development of various mountain regions of Russia, we can see very different trends, also from abandonment to decrease. Yeah, there are first of all mountains of Siberia and the Far East. There is an increase in forest cover. Situation is different in the North Caucasus, where there is an increase in development. The next. So in details, you can see the decline of development in Ural mountains. The next. And on this example, we can see growth and development in the Caucasus with a sometimes in overpopulation and outmigration of population. The next. Yeah, and the next, please. So if we can, if we look at global changes, different mountain systems demonstrate different responses to climate change. Yeah, in some mountains, climate changes are rather positive. For example, forest growth. And climate-induced changes in the mountains led to instability of water supply, and increasing the resilience and adaptive capacity on mountain communities and ecosystems to climate change based on coordinated data collection, monitoring, and knowledge sharing. The next. So now I come to the end, to the conclusion, but have 5 or more slides. I hope I am in time. What can we do? What do we record in mountains? This is a question also what very important for the Arctic. Yeah. First of all, degradation of the Nival glacial zone. Yeah. We have we record also disproportion in development and anthropogenic loads on nature, urbanization, for example, urbanization footfills in mountains and partly in high mountain recreational centers with a jungle of the corresponding problems. We have also modernization of the life of mountaineers. That's like also in polar regions. Yeah. What are the actions of politicians and stakeholders in this case? It's very interesting. We have also mountain agenda and the formation of mountain policy, but this is very slow. There are still no criteria for what to consider a mountain municipality and so on. The problems of the scientific community are as follows. The system of monitoring and risk management requires significant transformation, including in connection with the need to thicken the observation network. The next, please. We have different examples of international cooperations in mountain regions, like MAP6, Human Impact on Mountain Ecosystems. This organization has a long history. We have also mountain chapter. We have so-called mountain research initiative. We have also different programs and projects. Also, we have International Mountain Partnership within UNO, and we have also Mountain Commission of the International Geographical Union. I represent also. The next. There are successful examples of regional mechanism for exchange of experience in the field of sustainable development and of mountain regions. First of all, I would mention ICIMOD, International Center for Integrated Mountain Development in Nepal. This is really well known and has a lot of projects and positive experience. Also, I would here mention Alpine Convention. It's very progressive and would be a very good example for knowledge transfer for other mountain regions like Caucasus. But also in the Caucasus, we have different networks like North Caucasus, Caucasian Scientific Cooperation, 10 years old. Yeah. The next, please. For example, very similar to polar thematic could be objectives and goals of the International Mountain Partnership, taking into account the experience and mistakes on the way to implementation similar projects and various fields, and also learning to overcome similar difficulties, or, for example, avoiding regional myopia when addressing the level of development, especially when carried away by economic tasks, while environmental and social consequences may be underestimated. The next, please. Yes, this is a very good example of a mountain research initiative as a global coordination network for research collaboration on mountains, and they have also so-called GeoMountains, the global network for information and observation. The next, please. Most important goals are here enhancing the resilience and adaptive capacity of mountain communities, or, for example, creation of inventories in the sense of general information, data creation, data portals creation, or also synthesize and transform wealth of often complex data into information and so-called knowledge that can be easily interpreted by decision makers and policy makers. The next. The next, yeah. Next, please. Yeah, a very good example is so-called the global network of mountain observatories. It is not astronomical observatories, but observatories. They have very complex parameters from the natural to social. And the last slide, please. If we can see from this mountain experience compared with polar regions experience, it would be very important to speak about the need for a network, so-called the third pole. The overall objective could be to understand the general mechanisms and dynamics of mountain and polar natural and social ecological systems. And as most important objectives could be creating an international network of researchers in geophysical, climatic, biophysical, geoecological, and so on, in other fields of mountain and polar areas. To develop a transdisciplinary modeling framework for the third pole, to promote international transdisciplinary approaches that link science with policy and practice. And I think at the end that this network could be like a catalyst for innovative technologies and synthesis for application in transborder projects. Third pole could be a very big macro regional network within BRICS country. And first of all, also Russia, China, the country of the Central Asia, but not only. Yeah, I think this is the idea we should elaborate next year before we have our final. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gunnar, for your excellent and very thoughtful presentation. I think that was a very good exercise of building bridges between the topics of mountains and topics of the Arctic and Antarctic. And that will serve us as a basis for further discussion and what's most important, further cooperation. So, of course, you had a wonderful presentation that gives birth to many questions, but let us wait till the end of our sequence of presentation to question and answer time. And now let me pass on the floor to Dr. Andrei Briksenkov. Dr. Briksenkov, Russia State Hydrometeorological University has been assigned by the Ministry of Science and Higher Education to be a coordinator of the new IPY preparations in Russia. What do you think about IPY 5? How is the university preparing for this important mission? What practical steps are being planned or envisaged as we are embarking on a trip to IPY 5? Dr. Andrei Briksenkov, you have the floor.
So, Anton, thank you very much. Dear colleagues, dear friends of Arctic, Antarctica, Cryosphere. So, in international cooperation in the Arctic and Antarctic, the following trends are likely to be further developed: globalization, interdisciplinarity, and socialization. Okay, 1 minute presentation, okay? Okay. It's correct? Okay. So,
yes,
so
go ahead.
Some problem with
we see it.
but
It's
I
okay.
can, okay. So globalization means the involvement of an increasing number of non-polar states in Arctic research. By interdisciplinarity, we understand the growing need to organize comprehensive, consolidating efforts of representatives of social and natural science research in the Arctic. Socialization means further strengthening of the social vector, greater focus on these studies on the person and his needs. Promising forms of scientific cooperation can be strengthening the role of non-state structures in international polar cooperation, closer integration of scientific polar research and intellectual business services in the form of Arctic consulting for government agencies and business structures. The most important conditions of the Arctic sustainable development is cooperation of not only the Arctic Council member states, but also observers and all states interested in interaction. So I have problem with Can you help me for my presentation? I don't know if this is working.
Could you send it my Gmail? I will write in the message.
Yeah, please. So, the stronger the partnership, the stronger regional security will be. Russia stands for forming a broad international partnership in favor of the Arctic region sustainable development. Therefore, the Interpolis format is relevant. The term Interpolis means conducting scientific research in the Arctic at all poles of the Earth, including the third pole of the Himalayas, a mountain range of countries, including the participation of all interested countries. It's turned out that cooperation in the BRICS is closely linked to cooperation in the Arctic. Previously, the Arctic, Antarctica, and mountain range were almost considered separately. In fact, there's no global knowledge based on the common features, connections, and differences between these regions of the Earth, especially with regards to the geopolitical, socio-cultural, environmental, and legal dynamics of change. We propose to creation an interpolar knowledge network, bringing together experts from different regions. So the form of cooperation, webinars and conferences, joint research within the framework of the International Scientific Center being created in Svalbard, joint expeditions, including on the North Pole platform. Our efforts are aimed at solving problems that go beyond national borders, which requires a higher level of cooperation and interaction. So creation a scientific council, preparation a joint final annual scientific report on the activities of the participation countries' contribution to the development of the ports. One of the key areas of strengthening international cooperation towards the fifth international polar year, 32-33, is the organization and holding of conferences and webinars on topical issues of climate, ecology, and sustainable development of the ports. These conferences not only create a platform for interaction between scientists and researchers from different countries, but also serve as an important forum for discussing critical issues such as climate change, environmental protection, and environmental safety. The topic of seminars and webinars held in preparation for the International Polar Year covered a wide range of issues, from climate change to social economic aspects of the life of the indigenous people of the North.
Dr. Briksenkov, I'm sorry. You can move your slides, move on, make them.
Impossible, it's a pity. I
Okay.
can put my,
Okay.
side,
Okay.
my slide.
Okay, move on.
So these events are based on continuity provisions of the comprehensive program of the Russian presidency of the Arctic Council 22-23, which was aimed on promoting with cooperation and integration international efforts in the field of polar research. The webinars also correspond to the main priorities sent out in the fundamental of Russia's state policy in the Arctic zone until 35. So the key topics of seminars and webinars include the climate change issues, environmental protection and environmental safety, development of international cooperation, problems of ecology and life in the indigenous peoples of the North, the development of science and technology, the development of the Arctic and coast. The first webinar on climate change was held on May 15, 24, and brought together participants from Russia and Norway. During this event, the researchers discussed global climate processes and their impact on the polar regions. The participants noted that change in the atmosphere, ocean, and glaciers have been shaping climate cycles for millennia. Understanding these processes is critically important to predict future changes and take appropriate measures. Scientists have conducted that the complex processes of climate change cannot be reduced only to anthropogenic factors, and that's it's necessary to take into account natural climatic fluctuations in order to create a more complete picture of current change. The second webinar, held on July the 2nd, 24, focused on environmental protection with an emphasis on the problem of microplastics. Scientists from Switzerland and other countries discussed the extent of microplastic contamination and the lack of development of methods of its analysis. An important result of the webinars was the proposal for international cooperation in the field of joint research, including the exchange of experience and sampling methods. The participants proposed to conduct a joint expedition to analyze pollutions in the Arctic and Antarctica, which underlies the importance of coordination international scientific efforts in solving a common problem. So the Intercorus initiative is actively promoted through a series of webinars and roundtables, where priority areas for its implementation are discussed. So Russian-Chinese cooperation in climate change in the Arctic region, May 7 this year. The webinar focused on expanding scientific cooperation between Russia and China in the field of climate research, including monitoring the melting of glaciers and the impact of the marine ecosystems. The participants exchanging experience and proposed joint projects to study environmental change. Ensuring the protection of the population and territories from natural and man-made emergencies. It was 20 July this year. The webinar discussed strategic for the protecting Arctic communities from the efforts of climate change and man-made threats, with an emphasis of sharing experience of protecting critical infrastructure. So roundtable on international partnership in polar regions September this year. The participants of the roundtable discussed promising forms of development international cooperation in polar research, emphasizing the need to include representatives of indigenous people and youth in the process. Environmental protection and environmental safety in October this year. The webinar was devoted to discussing innovative solutions to the field of environmental safety of the Arctic and improving mechanisms for international cooperation. The participants reviewed examples of successful practices and technologies that can be implemented to improve the environmental situation in the polar region. And last week on November 14 in St. Petersburg, within the framework of the Arctic Scientific Dialogue Forum, we held a roundtable on the preparation and conduct of the International Polar Year. We invited Russian scientists, representatives of the CIS countries, and friendly countries. The roundtable was held in an atmosphere of understanding and interest. In this year, Russian State Technological University being the coordinator of the preparation and funding of the International Polar Year from the Ministry of Science and Higher Education. So we prepared a concept note and an annual report of this topic. We should not close these doors and throw away this key. The Norwegian Prime Minister Jonas Støre says of the Arctic Council cooperation also with Russia. And we fully agree with this statement. So we are open for cooperation with all countries. And we think that initiative to hold International Polar Year 3033, which reflects the traditions of integrated scientific research, can become the main core for scientific research in the next decade and for the future. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Briksenkov. So, back to our chairs. So, Dr. Alexander Shestakov, judging from your extensive experience of international Arctic cooperation, what are the key points we should pay special attention to in preparation to IPY5? What ecological aspects could become the highlights of the IPY activities? What is your reaction to what we have just heard from our colleagues? You have the floor.
Thank you, Ambassador Vasilyev, and thanks to all colleagues who spoke previously. I think it was a very interesting and extensive information on the history of international polar years before, as well as actually the lessons learned. And definitely if we are approaching the new IPY, and hopefully that will happen in 32, 33, almost exactly 25 years after the previous one, which I totally agree with Ambassador, provides a good opportunity for kind of a generational exchange and generational assessment of where we are and address all changes happened in the last 25 years. So in terms of environmental points, I think my colleagues mentioned it. In the last presentation, we heard about environmental elements. Also, in terms of previous IPYs, I think it was not very much in focus for the first three of them, but definitely appear in the agenda of the last International Polar Year, where environmental concerns connected also to climate change became an important element of considerations. Since that time, environmental issue became even more acute in the Arctic, and we can see the very significant changes, very much driven by the climate change in Arctic ecosystems, whether we are talking about terrestrial ecosystems or marine ecosystems, including, of course, the melting of sea ice, with changing the biodiversity. We can see many species from the south which are actually coming to the Arctic, even some kind of like almost anecdotes. Like for many, actually for centuries and probably thousands of years, the top predator in the Arctic was always polar bear. Not anymore. That's actually orca, who can eat polar bear. So it's totally kind of almost a nonsense for the Arctic, but it's happening. And definitely for the polar year 32, 33, the environmental agenda need to be a very serious one. Addressing the climate change, addressing what may happen with invasive alien species. That invasive alien species is one of the major concerns for the loss of biodiversity globally, and specifically in the Arctic. The previous speakers were talking about increase in economic activity, and one of those economic activities clearly shipping. The Arctic is considered as a new global shipping transit route, whether we are talking about Northern Sea Route or we are talking about so-called Northwest Passage, which an alternative route, and both, if the intensity of shipping will increase, will also bring more risk of invasive species coming into the Arctic. We talk a lot about cooperation. And of course, for many years since '96, the Arctic Council was probably the key platform for cooperation in sustainable development, cooperation in environmental issues, cooperation in environmental security, cooperation on joint scientific work, as well as cooperation on emergencies and responses to different kind of potential emergencies in the Arctic. We all know that in the last 2 years, the cooperation under the Arctic Council was in a way frozen. But since, I should say, early 2024, we can see some attempts probably to restart the work of the Arctic Council and to restart the work of its working groups. And I like to say a few words about a particular working group related to environment, the conservation of Arctic fauna and flora, COF. COF is working currently on its new program of work, which is supposed to be actually not the program of work on biodiversity just for the working group COF, but it will be actions for Arctic biodiversity for the entire Arctic Council. And the plan is to adopt this plan in the upcoming ministerial meeting in May 25, and the plan will cover 10 years. So that will be until 2035 or 2036, means actually covering the period of the 5th IPY. So from this perspective, that will be the 5th IPY will be perfectly fit in time to assess the preliminary results of this 10-year Arctic Council Biodiversity Program. And we believe that a substantial section, a substantial element of IPY related to biodiversity, but maybe even more in more general to environmental issues, again, covering the work of the COP program of the Arctic Council, but also PAIM, protection of Arctic marine environment, as well as a very important work of the Sustainable Development Working Group of the Arctic Council, as I think all speakers speaking before me, they all address social issues and issues related to the people of the Arctic, whether we are talking about indigenous peoples or we are talking about other local communities inhabiting the Arctic. We have over 4 million people there. And many of them, and in particular indigenous peoples and their communities, are very much dependent on biodiversity, on marine biodiversity, on terrestrial biodiversity, and those linkages from our perspective need to be covered by IPY as well, be a very significant additional input to maybe a more classical ways of discussing different kind of geophysical parameters or climatic parameters, meteorology, etc. And we can see a very substantial elements of international interest. I like to talk about maybe a bit more global processes rather than the Arctic. For example, Convention on Biological Diversity. The convention adopted a global biodiversity program, global biodiversity framework, which addresses many issues covered. For example, Convention on Biological Diversity has a special program on mountain biodiversity. And we heard from Dr. Gunia a very substantial presentation on interlinkages between the Arctic issues and mountain issues. As well as we know that number of countries, including our colleagues from India, from Nepal, from China, they really believe in the third pole. And the third pole need to be fully integrated in the upcoming IPY. I also totally agree with you, Ambassador, in terms that speaking about the fifth IPY, 8 or 9 years in advance, is actually a right thing to do. Because if you like to be well prepared, if you like to mobilize global community to be part of it, and we also know that in the last 25 years, even compared to the early 2000s, the number of countries interested in the Arctic and other polar regions, whether we are talking about Antarctic or the third pole as mountains, we have way much more countries engaged. We have a new generation of explorers, including coming from countries like, for example, Brazil or South Africa or Chile, etc., who actually have a very significant knowledge on the polar issues, and they need to be fully engaged. At the same time, I also totally agree with Ambassador Vasilyev in terms of bringing them at the early stage that overall Arctic states are the first who are running the polar agenda, specifically for the Arctic, but it doesn't mean that we are not listening to others and we are not inviting others. Everybody needs to be on the stage together, and actually bearing in mind that whether we are talking about Arctic, Antarctic, or high mountains, those areas are very difficult to access, are extremely expensive to explore, are extremely expensive to bring there different kind of equipment and organize expeditions and research. So if we can combine efforts of different countries, different communities, different scientists, including young career scientists, that will be a very important element. And several presentations in this pavilion also deal with engagement of youth. I mean, to be fair and honest, if we're even talking about ourselves, in another 8 years, we probably will be very close to be on retirement. But we hope very much that those young guys who are actually around, and our pavilion is sitting right in front of the pavilion on youth and children. And the future of the poles is in their hands. Our task is in the next coming 7-8 years to help them to come to the podium of the polar discussions and take the torch. from the other generation. And that's also will be probably a very good way for IPY to provide for this intergenerational transition to the new stage and new era of polar research, polar years. And maybe the last point, coming back to the idea that polar year is fantastic, but polar decade is probably even better. And if polar year before was mostly initiatives of scientists from different scientific institutions and international scientific organizations, thinking seriously about UN decade on polar issues, which will include Arctic, Antarctic, mountains, but also very much will engage marine science and marine research. That will be very well fitting into the UN agenda. And bearing in mind that more and more countries are engaged into polar research, that will be really fair that we are talking about the UN decade, engaging majority of UN members into this process, bringing their experiences, their science, their equipment, their logistics, and their passion to better understand polar regions, as we all depend on polar regions in many ways, whether we are talking about climate, and it was actually raised here many times, but if we are thinking about food security, majority of our fish resources coming from polar regions, whether we are talking about Arctic or Antarctic, probably 6 or 7 major fisheries out of 10 are from polar regions. So that's not only climate, it's biodiversity, it's biological resources, and we don't know yet much about the mineral resources on the shelf of the polar regions. So very much the future of the humanity. So that's definitely will deserve a serious thinking and initiative from polar states to come to UN and request the UN decade for polar science, but also for polar research, polar development, and recognition of those people living in all 3 poles, whether we are talking about research stations in Antarctic or 4 million people in the Arctic, or I think Dr. Gunia told us about very substantial population, up to 15% of the total population living in mountains. So I will stop here, and if any further questions, we'll be happy to respond. Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alexander Shostakov. There's plenty of nice thoughts, interesting thoughts in your presentation. And one of the very, I think, fruitful ideas in what you proposed, I've started thinking about that, was about interlink between international polar years and next international polar decade. Maybe, I'm thinking out loud, maybe we can empower the IPY 5 with one of the tasks, and the task could be working out the mandate for international polar decade right after, because that was again the success of IPY 4 was so vivid, so huge, that we started talking about international polar decade right away. And you've just heard, we just heard from Yuri Sychov that the preparations have started for international polar years, polar decade already. Nevertheless, this didn't materialize. So we can learn a lesson and start well in advance thinking about that. Thank you. There are many things to think about, judging from you, from what you've just said. We have a couple of minutes for question and answer time. May I ask Dr. Gunia, I'm tempted to ask if you're here. Dr.
Yes.
Dr. Gunia, thank you very much once again for your very thoughtful presentation. I have a question, a very general one. When we are preparing for IPY, we are thinking about synergy between polar research of the polar regions, traditional polar regions from such as Arctic and Antarctic and the third pole. So there's a movement from the Arctic and Antarctic towards the mountainous region. I wonder, you are an expert on mountology. Is there a reciprocal movement coming from those who are doing mountain science to those who are doing the Arctic and Antarctic science? So do we have a kind of movement towards each other, or at this stage it's only movement from Arctic and Antarctic to the polar region? What's your feeling, and what could be the future of this process when we shall mind everything together? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, for the question. I think the problem lays in the interdisciplinary research. If we are researching the problem like climate, there is no border on the planet. We should research it. Also, there are some evidence, climatologists, also ecologists, they are thinking about linking the problem of different species, for example, different limitation of living in the mountains or in polar regions, or about the atmospherical cycle or hydrological cycle, and so on and so on. There are some links also already built, I think. But on a new step, we are approaching this event. I think we should think not only in the case of research, not only in the sense of research. There are a lot of problems like networking in the collecting of climatic data and so on. We should think also about our conceptual basis. And I totally agree with Dr. Shestakov that the main problem, both Arctics and mountains, cannot be limited, for example, to climate. It is really a complex of problems, and one way or another connected with man. Economic progress and trends can be at the center, and that in this case we should then monitor these different type of areas, limiting with security and people living in the north or in the high mountains. And so in a conclusion, I would say there are some trends, some evidences that polar researcher and mountain researcher, they are already linking. But we should maybe help to understand each other, maybe also organize conferences, roundtables, and so on, to speak a little bit about conceptions. And very important about the conception linking these natural or ecological and socio-economical or maybe also political problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a question to Dr. Briksenkov and Dr. Sychov. So what in your mind should be the sequence of preparational steps to IPY5? So just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What's next? We still have 7 years ahead. So now we've started discussing. So of course we shall keep on discussing that. But what should be more practical, in the practical point of view, to be done in the way we prepare? So nobody is against. I think everybody is in favor. So if we get down to the ground, what should be done to prepare ourselves?
Okay, maybe me first. Okay, so I think that what we should do as soon as we can, we need to rise the discussion up to the level maybe of WMO, and as you mentioned, United Nations or International Scientific Council and United Nations. So we need a wide discussion because we have a lot of problems first of the program. We need the program committee. We need to think it's usually a lot of problem because we need to synchronize the measurements, the quality of data, the measurements base, so if we include the mountain regions, so we extend the amount of data. So the data policy is one very important thing. As you remember, in IPY4, all the data that was obtained at the IPY programs were distributed between the participant free of charge to everybody. So it was very important that each participant of the IPY program can use all data, every data that was obtained during the research part. Interesting idea to include maybe the socioeconomic part to the IPY program. It's not easy because we are more agreed with content of the research of the natural sciences, on the biology also. But what about the socioeconomic? There's a lot of different opinions, and it will be maybe not too easy to adjust to all these opinions to each other, but we can try. But anyway, the first necessary step is move from the discussions as ours to the level of the international level, trying to find the way for the general program, for the idea of decade. It's very important because the IPY naturally it's a snapshot of the current situation in the all polar region. Yes, but especially in climatology, we need to see the process and development, and the decade will help. Unfortunately, it was not happening in the previous IPY. Possibly it will happen now. It will be very good for everybody. That is, thank you.
Okay. And also some words. Now, currently, the climate on Earth is changing, as we know, maybe changing naturally. But the West countries has proposed a Green New Deal plan to combat climate change. And green ecology is still popular in the West. The global climate agenda promoted by the United States and Europe and some other countries doesn't take into account natural interests and ignores approach of development of energy and economic landscape as a whole, both in Russia and most countries. So BRICS countries, maybe friendly countries, will be able to resist pushing United States and other countries the green agenda, which reflects, first of all, the economic benefits and interests of Western states. It should be also understood that the ideology of this agenda is based on assumptions without a fundamental study of processes or global thematic. So the International Polar Year maybe help us in this problem. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And I think that getting down to the ground, I think the International Polar Year should first of all serve the interests of the people who live in the poles, both in the north and in the south and in the mountains. And that is also very important. Just the last 2 minutes we have, Alexander Shestakov, just think about, we just started discussing IPY preparation at this COP. There will be new COPs. What is your vision? What can we discuss at the next COP? At the next COP, next year in Brazil, basing on what we just started doing now.
I think that next year on the 30th kind of anniversary COP, even having it in Brazil, and Brazil, by the way, is a country which has a significant interest now to polar research, both on the north and south, down south. I think that we need to go the direction you, Ambassador, put in front of us. For example, at this particular meeting, we have two pavilions. One the Arctic, another one cryosphere. And we have people in both pavilions actually dealing with the polar issues. I hope that in Brazil, we will have a joint session specifically devoted to IPY in line with what Dr. Sichov said, moving towards practical steps. Basically thinking about the international committee or international steering committee, which can start actually the discussion on practicalities of YPY. In particular, what we like to include. And as we discussed already here, even the issue of socioeconomic component of it, whether it's really good to be included, what particular elements related to climate change, and we know that climate change has numerous dimensions. So what are those dimensions to be included into YPY? So if we can actually come next year to bring efforts of different countries and of also this climate community together to think how we can design it, and make first steps next year, at least the first design, how it may look like together. Because first of all, I think cooperation and working together is super important for the success of YPY. That will be a good move forward. Thank you.
Excellent. Yes, Mr.
Yeah, thank you. This is Paul Foose from Alaska. And I just wonder, in your deliberations, what part actual policy considerations would take place? I mean, mostly what we've talked about here is scientific research, data collection, but what does it mean and how do we apply it? And if we're going to do it for the benefit of the people who live there, what does it mean for policy? And we don't want policy and politics to drive the scientists. We want you to do pure scientific work. On the other hand, how do you apply it and what does it mean? And you get a lot more support from the public if you say it's not just scientists talking to each other. We're doing something that actually means something to somebody. And, I think that should be an important component that you might consider that we might talk about next year.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fuchs. I think that should be a question which we will, it's a big question. We can speak hours on that, but I think let me just finish here and take your questions to the next COP and to the next meetings and discussions of that. With that, I'd like to thank our distinguished panelists for their wonderful presentations, for their wonderful answers, and I ask them to be prepared for next COPs, for next meetings. And I am really very happy with the outcome of our discussion. And I think that in a way that was a step, maybe a little step, but still a step towards preparation of a good and effective IPY5. Thank you very much.
Добрый день еще раз. Ага. Добрый день, меня зовут Юлия. Мы представляем эколого-просветительский центр «Заповедники». Это старейшая организация в России, которая работает с особо охраняемыми природными территориями и в экологическом просвещении.
Hello, this is Yulia Vereshchak, and we are presenting Center Zapovedniks, which is one of the oldest conservation organizations that is working on the territory of Russian Federation.
Я забыла? Да, мы сегодня презентуем урок «7 чудес Арктики». Мы очень рады видеть наших гостей, которые присутствуют здесь в павильоне, и гостей, которые к нам присоединяются сегодня по трансляции. Большое вам спасибо за интерес. И далее я хотела представить Евгению Лешину, автор урока «7 чудес Арктики». Женя, передаю вам слово. Прошу.
So today we are presenting a lesson, 7 Wonders of the Arctic. And this is the lesson about the northern territories of Russia. My name is Evgenia Lyoshin, and I'm taking the word now. I don't see the screen now, but today I will try to tell you more about the Arctic and its wonders. 1 second, please. Можно немного свет вот здесь приглушить, его же не видно. Свет не такой. Вот этот свет не такой яркий. Мне-то ладно, презентацию не видно. Maybe, yeah, okay. So we decided to speak here about the Arctic because this is one of the territories which suffers the most because of the climate change in Russia. And we would like everyone to learn about the Arctic more because this is the region where you probably won't go for the first choice. And we would like to attract people not only to the Arctic as a tourist destination, but also to its conservation issues. The lesson is called The 7 Wonders of the Arctic, but I have a question. First, I would like to say that the Arctic is the region which doesn't actually belong to one country. There are 8 countries that have their territories and equatories in the Arctic. And I would like to ask your associations with the world, the Arctic. Oliver?
You mean my personal? That would be, I would say, exploration. That was the first modern frontier that the nations were competing to conquer. I think before the Antarctica, yeah? Yeah, so, and before we conquered Moon, and yeah, so that's my first.
And I'm really glad that he didn't said the cold, because most people just say it's ice or cold. And yes, for me, it's probably also exploration. And I would like to draw your attention that it's really cold in there. It's up to -40, but it's not the case about the Arctic. There are many more wonders in there. And first, I would like to tell more about the name of the Arctic. You know that the Arctic was named after after the big Ursus, and because it was the place where the polar star, where the northern star was right up above your head. And this was the land where that is why this region is called Arctos. And on the contrary, when they opened a land, when they discovered the land on the counterpart of the world, they said anti-Arctic or Antarctic. That's what we have. And yes, you were right. The conquering of the Arctic was the first one of the polar of the northern pole. And some people who wanted to discover and be the first on the northern pole and were too late, just went there and conquered the southern one. And the first wonder of the Arctic is probably the aurora. And that wonderful gentleman, I would like to ask him to give you some video on it, but he disappeared. So we would proceed a bit later with it. No problem. sometimes here in Russia we call it the northern aurora, but it's not the case. It exists on both poles and near them. And this is probably one of the picturesque things. Yeah, I would like to you to see that. So the video, please. It's actually worth 1,000 words. It doesn't contain any sounds, so I will proceed speaking. And this is the video made on the protected territory in Taimyr, and they actually see it on a daily basis during winter, mostly. But here, nowadays, there are many people in Russia who enjoy traveling to catch the opportunity to take great photos of this event. And there are channels that proceed current information, and there are also mobile applications that give you an overview when you can and where you can see it, and which is the possibility to see it. I'm not sure why is it so. Probably nothing changed. We are just too attentive nowadays, but it's sometimes seen even in Moscow region, where while we usually are not used to it. This the presentation, yeah. That's the diagram shows how solar light is curving near the poles of the Earth, and that's why we can see that the aurora there. And this one is showing the application, which gives you an opportunity to catch it. This slide also contains basic advices how you can catch it, and they include going far away from towns because of the illumination pollution, and to go north. The more to the north, the better. And probably, what else do they have? I suppose that's it. Yeah. So this is one of the reasons to come to the Arctic, and one of the wonders, as we say it. The second one are the animals, the rare species, and this slide includes just 3 of them, and they are all in the red list of Russia, and some are also in the red list internationally, and they are the bear, the white bear, the white owl, the polar owl, and the goose. In Russian, the name of its goose, Piskulka, which represents the very thin sound. And actually, this goose is is very talkative. Its vocabulary is very rich, unlike most of the birds. On the other hand, the polar owl, the northern white owl, is very silent, and it's the best catcher probably there, the best hunter, because of its silentness and such like things. While the white bears are perfect, have a perfect camouflage, and when they hunt, the only thing which can give them away is their nose. So they cover their black nose with their white paws, and that's how they hunt. I would like to give you an overview of what happens in the Arctic. This is a detective story told by the footprints, told by the trails, and it includes the seal, so and a polar bear, a white bear. What do you think, Julia? You do know. And what do you think? Did they kill someone in here? How do you think? Yeah, there is blood. Yeah, and this time, you see, I will give you some description of what happened. And here, usually okay, we usually ask questions here, but I will give you the spoiler. Yeah, the seal went out from the hole in the ice and went all the way around, and then fixed itself facing to the hole. The bear walked slowly until he saw a seal. And then he started to jump while the seal started to drive very, very fast using his fangs to the hole. He actually did it into the hole, did dive into the hole, but then the bear dived after him because there are just two paws, so the bear went up with a seal on his side, already caught and probably already dead. When I tell this story at schools, many kids say, "Oh, poor seal! This is such a sad story." But then I draw the attention that now the bear is full and he has a chance to survive. It has a chance to survive because feeding of the bear is also a natural. Is also really natural. There are those questions that I already told you the answers to. The third wonder is probably the variety of colors that there are in the Arctic. When we say the Arctic, we usually imagine white, probably gray, and all shades of gray and all shades of white. And there are lots of colors. Because the Arctic not only includes the Arctic deserts, but also tundra and taiga. And there are up to 300 flowers in this region. This is a photo made on the island of Wrangel, which is far in the Arctic, and it's made in the end of June, beginning of July. This is a very short period, but there are all the colors that you can imagine. If I gave you if I asked you to name them all, you would probably lack of terms how to name them. But the summer is really short, and that's why all the flowers have to be really quick. The fourth wonder of the Arctic are the people. Those are people who are living in this region, and they know exactly how it is to live in the cold, to live very close to the nature. There are people mainly who herd reindeers, and their life is they're closely tied, closely, how to say it? Huh? Yes, thank you. Or interlinked, yes. It's closely interlinked with the deer, and sometimes you can even ask who is the main, because the reindeer follows its year-to-year life circle, and people are following the reindeer. For them, reindeers are food, maybe clothes, and even some kind of currency to trade. And one more accessory for them. I admire that one, actually. And when I show kids that, I say, this is fashionable. What you know about fashion if you don't wear that one? And I also envy the people who invented that, because when we come out at winter and the snow is fresh, even in Moscow, which is really rare, I'm suffering without my sunglasses, and I'm too ashamed to wear them. These are the things that we all probably all need, and this is very wise of how you can, the nature processes and how you can face them. The fourth wonder here is the sea. And it's really full of life. It was a discovery for me, an insight that there are lots of species in the northern seas. And for instance, the largest jellyfish in the world lives there. It's up to 20 meters long and up to 2 meters in diameter. And there are also many other species. For example, the sea angel. Do you know what it looks like? Yeah, you do. Do you? This is the sea angel. Actually, it's 2 centimeters long. And this is just a good photo. And this is a very, very small creature which breeds in the northern seas, and it feeds sea devils. Northern seas are probably one of the only place in the earth where angels also always beat the devils, because the devils are also small creatures, and actually those are very good hunters. They hunt the devils, which have a shell on them, and turn them until they find the opening of a shell, and then they eat the devil. So that's a really dangerous creature. The fifth wonder is not just small creatures, but the big ones as well. And we do have a game about sea mammals, which we created, that is called The Voices of the Deep. So because those creatures are living there for thousands of years, and their voices should be heard. We should listen to them. We should learn how they live and be attentive to them. And there are so wonderful, just a narwhal, the walrus, the beluga whale. I have a friend from the northern protected area whose favorite creature is a walrus. She says no one, they are so underestimated. Everyone likes whales, and no one like them. They're so cute, she says. And this is probably closer to the agenda here on the climate forum. The sixth wonder of the Arctic, that it keeps the memory. It just retains it and keeps it safe from all the frozen all the frozen animals there, to the viruses that were frozen up to 10,000 years ago, and to some heritage, even cultural heritage as well. I would like to give you 3 examples here. On the territory of the protected area called the Russian Arctic, they found a meteorological station of the Second World War, the German meteorological station, which was all safe in there. And this one is probably, sorry, how can I go back? Yes. This one was funny because there is a virus which is actually 30,000 years old, that during the climate changed, it melted and was trying to attack the creatures, the living creatures around, but it was too weak. Everyone has evolutionated, and now he cannot make any harm to anyone. So the virus just died. And there are also a place for discovery. There have been 5 new islands opened recently in the Arctical region, and as far as I know, 1 melted. So it was not actually a land, a territory. It was just a great piece of ice. We never know that. And the last example here is probably more, I'm not sure how to say it. Not so optimistic. We found a bottle with a message in it from the geologist of the past, who was studying the glaciers in the Arctic, and he left that bottle on the very, very edge of the glacier. Nowadays, this bottle was found like 200 meters or 200 meters away from the glacier. This actually shows perfectly how the glaciers melt. And this is also the memory that the Arctic conserves, the Arctic protects. This is the portrait of the very brave but probably not so lucky person whose name is George Sedov, who was trying to reach the Northern Pole and put a Russian flag there, but he didn't succeed. And his heritage, the heritage of his expedition, is now part of the Russian Arctic protected area on the land of Franz Josef. And this is also the memory that the Arctic keeps. This is also the heritage from the previous exploration, and when people were just thinking how to reach and not how to conserve. This is now the large project to clean the Arctic, and there are a lot of volunteers and even a lot of business companies that try to address this problem. And it's really hard to do when you don't have the trash container nearby, when the closest container is like 1,000 kilometers away. There are people who work there for several seasons, and for example, in the national park of the Russian Arctic, they gather the waste, the garbage, which equals the weight of the Ostankino Tower in Moscow. It's really, really big. And the seventh wonder here is also related to the climate, because the Arctic is both very severe and very, very vulnerable. Многолетняя мерзлота. Huh? Permanent frost, right? Permafrost, yeah. So the permafrost in Arctic is both a feature, which we all know, and is now the thing that we have to check every time and to evaluate. The situation is changing because of the climate change, and first we might think this is better. It gets warmer. We might live there in a more comfortable way. But many buildings and many structures and construction in the Arctic were built taking into consideration the permafrost. And now where the soil begins to melt, they can all fall apart. And which is more, there are lots of minerals, some of them may hurt, some of which may hurt humans, that are melting with the permafrost. For instance, the mercurium, the mercurium, which can be poisonous and which can go into the rivers when the permafrost melts. What's more? Those are scientists that are exploring the permafrost as well. And there are those in the Arctic who conserve this vulnerability, and for us, those are protected areas. Sometimes when I'm asking a question, is all the Arctic is the protected territory? They say, oh yes, there are no humans. Everything is protected, but it's not true, and only some of the parts of the Arctic are protected. In Russia, there are lots of them, and you may see their logos, which tell exactly what they conserve, what they're focused on conserving. Meanwhile, they conserve everything, all the complexes, all the ecosystems. There are lots of bears on the white bears on the logos. There are also lots of birds, because the Arctic is the place where birds migrate, and their habitats are critically important for them because they are fragile, and the birds really count their energy just to come from one place to another one. If they come and don't see their habitat as they used to have it, they may die because they don't have more energy to move further. This is the slide, not only for the birds, but for the bears. And this one I took from one of the conservation organizations. The only word here says goodbye with a question mark. And this is up to us to decide which will be the answer, goodbye or not. And I would like to ask you to name your wonder for the Arctic, which is the eighth wonder, and it is unique for everyone, for every one of us. Yulia?
Um, I think this is nothing more sea for me. For me, this is North Sea and ice, a lot of ice.
Okay. The eighth wonder of the Arctic.
Well, it's also wondrous or wonderful that once there were palm trees, mammoths living in this place. Yeah, it's interesting to think about it, huh? Especially now after climate change. Well, with the climate change, yes.
You. That's a wonderful answer. And for you, what is wonderful in the Arctic? What's the best?
Almost all wonders just in the list, and of course, just we cannot just restore mammoths, but now we have just muskox, big population of muskox in Arctic tundra. So they could be like a good example of biodiversity restoration or something like that by species who used to live in the Arctic in ancient times. So just maybe just immediately, if I started to think about that.
Interesting. Thanks a lot for your answers, because every time when I ask this question, I get something new to think about. And for us, we would actually love to translate this lesson into many languages, because the Arctic is a territory which is interesting for everyone and which should be talked about. As you may see, this is a general knowledge lesson because it just attracts attention to the Arctic. I put my goal to tell about the Arctic in a beautiful way so that everyone would like to go there. And this is the point where we can start a more serious conversation, of course. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Спасибо. Немножко сложно читать русский, переводить сходу, я что-то... Как вам?
YouTube. Но туда поставить лучше или как?
Алло, давай, давай, иди, отпросись давай. Я натопил уже, давай. М? Ладно. Да-да. Да. Что там? Игрушку одевай. Сейчас начнется.
Где игрушка?
Давай.
Мама.
А, что бежал, да?
Да-да-да. Что ты расписал?
А? Ну, я там кое-что расписал.
Еще нас долго так держат.
Точно, да.
Да. Мы еще, возможно, сегодня вот, поедем в Арктику разбирать. Интересно. Вот, если мы с тобой посидим, вот, успеем выступить.
Сейчас времени пройдет. Телевидение. О, мы
Папа, выруби микрофон.
здесь.
Спасибо.
One, two, three.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, can you listen us? Just shake your hands that you are listening.
Yes. Yes.
We welcome you all to this session, focusing on networking in the Arctic and particularly on the Interact and Siberian Environmental Network that we're working very closely together. And also, we welcome the consortium Global Earth Changes, which led by Tomsk State University. And the first presenter will be Terry Callaghan, who will describe some of the activities of Interact Network.
Hello, friends. It's nice to see you again online. And what I would like to do in the next 10, 15 minutes is to tell you about the Interact network and its achievements over 25 years of collaboration. Interact is a network that has been funded until now by the European Union, and we're grateful to the EU for all its support. What I want to do in the first few slides is just to make a point about people, the importance of people, the importance of friends. So the beginning of Interact has an ancestral road, and it has a high pedigree. And that pedigree stretches right back to the International Biological Program of the late 1960s and the early 1970s. And on the right here, you see the distribution of research stations and sites, research sites that work together during IBP. And we formed the tundra biome. And the tundra biome was not just Arctic stations, but it was Arctic, subantarctic, alpine, boreal, and peat bogs, upland peat bogs, and coastal peat bogs. And each year we had a meeting, and even though we were in the Cold War, we still worked East and West together very closely and produced a lot of basic information that was reported at our annual conferences, like this Proceedings from Kevo, which is a research station in the north of Sweden, north of Finland. As I mentioned, our relationships were extremely good, and many of our sites can be revisited today, 60 years later, to see how the systems have changed. This is photographed by one of my friends, Nadia Matvieva, from the Komarov Botanical Institute in St. Petersburg, who revisited her site on the Taimyr Peninsula after about 40 years to see what had happened to the vegetation and the landscapes. So our original work was an investment for the future. I applied a new type of research to the Arctic sites. And as a result of that, I got a big grant from the Royal Society to visit as many sites as I could go to in 1 year. Here you see a lot of the sites. Here you see photographs of some of these sites. Understanding the difference, the diversity across the Arctic, meeting people and creating friendships many years later led to the establishment of Interact. And it started as 11 stations, but eventually reached 94. And you can see these are all the stations in Interact. The ones in gray, we had 21 sites from Russia involved, but because of the geopolitical conflict, we're not funded to work with those sites anymore. As well as the geographical spread, we represent all the ecosystems, tundra, boreal forest, glacial areas, tundra, wetlands, temperate forests, grassland, and desert, polar desert. We represent all these biological types. In addition, we represent ecotones, the boundaries between these sites, the boundaries between glaciers and no glaciers. And these ecotones are extremely important because this is where we expect to see the most changes. We had many activities, and I will go through some of our activities. One exceptionally important activity is transnational access. We gave awards to over 1,000 scientists to go to the Arctic. We paid for their travel, we paid for their accommodation, we paid for everything apart from their travel and equipment. And we brought people from the West into Russia, and we brought people from Russia into the West. And people made collaborations and so on. And a lot of good science was done. We developed through this scheme, we developed science cooperation, we built research capacity, we translated words from international planning exercises like ICOP into action, and we fulfilled national agendas, and we enhanced science diplomacy. We enhanced science diplomacy because we weren't giving grants for people to go to a research station in their own country. They had to go to a different country, and that made collaborations, international collaborations. We gave access to world-class research infrastructures for world-class research. We did it in three ways. One was person on the ground, paying people to go to research stations. The other was people could ask station managers to make an observation or collect a sample for them. And the final one was virtual, where people could ask for data from a research station. That was an example of networking among researchers and research stations. We were also proud to work with many of our friends who are indigenous people throughout the Arctic. They have a unique knowledge passed down from generation to generation and different ways of knowing. And putting our science knowledge together with indigenous knowledge is a win-win situation. We both learn from each other. And here are examples of some of our friends, Valentina and Nanette Fisher, Victoria Ziriani Herder, and a good friend, Nicholas Laber Asami Herder. And Nicholas in particular has played a huge role within Interact. In fact, it was Nicholas and his father that introduced me to indigenous knowledge by taking me on an expedition to look at snow, and to look at snow through a Sami reindeer herder's eyes rather than as a snow physicist. We also, as well as networking between the stations and with scientists, we network with other networks. So the data that comes out of our research stations goes into 155 different types of networks, all international, some of them global, like the World Meteorological Organization. So our data doesn't stay in the research stations or with the scientists. It goes to where it matters. 155 networks facilitated by Interact research stations. Each of these circles is a network, not a station, but a network. And we have different types of networks, like educational networks, such as University of the Arctic, experimental networks, such as ANEE, and so on. Another activity of Interact is outreach. And we have a lot of products, all freely available online for our outreach. One of our successful products has been a series of films. And we've produced 3 series of films. The first one, Northwards Together for the Future, is 8 short films, and they're intended to engage the public. They're very light, humorous films introducing people to the people of the Arctic. The second set of films, produced with BBC Natural History Unit, is 4 episodes showing people what is happening in the Arctic. This is informing the public in 4 short films. And the third film, which is being developed currently, is a dystopian film about the future Arctic if we don't curb climate change. And that is intended to provoke people, so we may have some action about climate. The 4 films produced by BBC are Disappearing Homes, Extreme Causes for Concern, The Cost of Arctic Tourism, and Arctic Amplification, what the impact that the changing Arctic has on the rest of the world. And we have produced these films and in public forums. For example, the Northwood films were shown for the first time in a cinema in Rome, but now they're available in 5 languages and are freely available around the world. We also produced 2 books of science stories. This is to communicate science in a very simple way to the general public and to education, to students. And each story is only 2 pages and in simple language, but beautifully illustrated. And thanks to Tom State University, we made a lot of these stories available in video and with interviews with indigenous people, so that the stories are widely available to everyone with additional material for education. You can see different types of educational materials there. We have sophisticated animations, video animations. We have sheets for experimental work with primary school children, and we have information for about 12,000 people that attended the Coursera courses on the changing Arctic. We have 26,000 students that have had access to our resources, and with the Coursera platform, about 12,000. And these are the two books, The Stories of Arctic Science, that were also complemented by books on research stations and their activities and their environments, and also what research and monitoring these stations are doing. We have all sorts of small books, handbooks on how to avoid using plastics, how to reduce carbon emissions by doing research in the Arctic too. Having transnational access to go to our research stations has a big impact on education and on job availability. So, for example, 60% of all the people using transnational access said their work went further than their research papers, contributed to networks. 78% said they had new collaborations, and 68% said their careers had been improved by by being involved in Interact. That was all the good news. What is the bad news? Since the geopolitics, we have had to lose 21 research stations in the Russian Arctic. We know already from modeling exercises and from bibliographic surveys that most publications come from Scandinavia and from Toolik Lake in Alaska. We have a biased view between all these different vegetation types of how they will respond to climate change. When we cut out the Russian sites, we have an even more biased view of what the Arctic will be like when there is a changing climate by 2100 and what impact that will have on the rest of the world. We can't accurately model the impact of the Arctic on the rest of the world without the Russian stations. What are the lessons learned from all this research that we've been doing over a quarter of a century? Number one, we have to complement bad news with stories of resilience and solutions to the problems. And I'm very happy to say that my friend, Mikhail Okosetto, is a brilliant example of resilience using permafrost soils to grow vegetables in the Arctic. We need to understand how perceptions, public perceptions of climate change vary and what causes those perceptions, because they can be wrong, they can be inappropriate, and the perceptions will determine how people respond to change. And we need to pursue science diplomacy. I've given the example of how we cannot predict the effect of Arctic ecosystems, Arctic carbon on the rest of the world without involving Russian stations. We have to find a way, a solution around this collaboration in a difficult geopolitical situation. And we've just produced a paper on the rise and fall of science diplomacy in the Arctic. We need to get back to where we were. Interact was a series of EU grants. We have finished the 25 years of those grants, and now we are launching at the Embassy of Monaco in Brussels. We are launching a non-profit association. So all our materials are free. You see the website, and please don't hesitate to ask me if you need more information. So thank you for your attention.
About the film,
Yes. Okay, so if you remember, one of the lessons learned was that we need to be more positive about the future, not just see the bad news. So one of the 4 films produced with BBC Natural History Unit was focused on the bad news, but then the good news. It's only 12 minutes, but now we will show that film, okay? The Arctic is home to around 4 million people, with an estimated 10% represented by indigenous peoples in more than 40 ethnic groups. Climate change presents growing pressures to their homes and traditional livelihoods. but also opens new opportunities. Interact has networked about 90 research stations in the north and has provided access for around 1,000 researchers from across the globe. Some work with indigenous peoples to document, understand, and predict the acute effects of climate change. We have seen firsthand the challenges, but also the incredible resilience of the Arctic peoples. Tuktoyaktuk is a hamlet in northern Canada, bordering the Arctic Ocean. Situated right on the coast, the community is at the mercy of climate change.
The effects that we're facing today in Tuktoyaktuk is really drastic. There's been a lot of changes in my lifetime that I've witnessed.
They live on the permafrost, a vast area of icebound soil in the Arctic that can be thousands of years old.
Being in Tuktoyaktuk, there's a reason why people are there because of our harbor, obviously because of all the wildlife. The community really thrives off of the land. We harvest snow geese, caribou, beluga whale, and then we have, all the berries throughout the season.
But due to increasing temperatures and intensifying coastal storms, the hamlet in places is visibly eroding and subsiding.
We had a storm surge this fall. We lost about 20 feet of the land in a week and a half. Once the permafrost is exposed, you can literally walk up to it and you can see it draining like a waterfall from the sun. So everything's dropping.
Its damage is far-reaching for the community, threatening cultural sites, traditional subsistence activities, and infrastructure, such as roads and housing.
We've had to relocate a few locals. We moved 3 houses from the north part of Tuk inland. The north side of the community, which is a place we call the Point, was, built up quite high. Today, only certain days you can walk out there now because it's covered with water, because of erosion.
One of their greatest concerns lies beyond the hamlet. Tuktoyaktuk Island is a narrow 1.5 kilometre long natural wave break, which much of the community and harbour is currently protected by. It is eroding at an alarming 2 metres per year.
In 18 years, if we don't do anything, we will lose the island. So the harbor will then become the ocean.
Without this barrier, the whole community will be exposed. Coupled with increasing temperatures and rising sea levels, the land may disappear from underneath them in the same way that islands have vanished elsewhere in the Arctic.
The changes that are happening now in my community, it's trying to figure out how do we sustain ourselves.
For Tuktoyaktuk to adapt, they must find a safe site inland to relocate to, but this takes time. So in the short term, they must defend their current hamlet.
One thing I've always said is, we can't just up and leave. So how do we do it going forward? The biggest, asset we have right now is being able to have research done in the community.
Tuktoyaktuk is collaborating with scientists to better understand their landscape to ensure their new site doesn't further jeopardize the community.
Climate change adaptation for Tuktoyaktuk looks like shore protection. It looks like understanding what ground thaw can do to different buildings. If we understand that, then we can help Tuktoyaktuk adapt to it by looking at different mitigation strategies.
But instead of a purely academic approach, co-production of knowledge and community-based monitoring are at the heart of research efforts.
The best way to understand what's happening on the land is to work with the local knowledge holders. So you have the science working with the local knowledge holders and their knowledge, whether it's current or passed on through tradition.
And we're making a push to build capacity in the community so that our people can govern our land and do some of the scientific work going forwards.
The Tuktoyaktuk Community Climate Resiliency Project was formed so that the community itself can tackle the challenges of understanding climate change in their own backyard head on.
Growing up, you see the changes and then you're wondering, why are these places changing?
Diva Lynn was compelled to undertake climate monitoring through observing changes firsthand while harvesting and hunting.
Well, I collaborate a lot with the scientists. We install a bunch of time-lapse cameras. You have air sensor qualities there. So everything is being monitored right now. They don't need to teach me about my land and my culture, but they're teaching me how to read that data and collect that data. We collaborate information to try and like come up with a big picture about prediction and how that may look like in the future of our community.
Arctic peoples do not view themselves as victims, but are adapting to maintain their culture and build resilience for future generations.
I plan to pass down my knowledge onto my daughter, yeah, as my knowledge been passed on to me from my father. And I think that is very important because our community is so resilient.
Adaptation is needed everywhere as landscapes are changing across the Arctic, affecting many indigenous communities in various ways. In Arctic Russia, indigenous reindeer herders and fishing communities of the Yamalo-Nenets region are facing pressures. Warming temperatures bring early spring breakup of historically frozen rivers, disrupting reindeer migration routes. And along with industrial practices, significant summer warming has reportedly affected reproduction and population stability of some fish species.
Вот рыбы меньше стало. Рыбы раньше очень много было. Рыбы стало мало. Совсем.
Но с изменением климата меняется обеспечение коренных жителей продуктами питания.
Dr. Lobanov and colleagues have been monitoring the health of Nenets and Hamti communities for 20 years. They found up to a 70% decrease in consumption of fish and reindeer in some areas in just 5 years. Unreliable food security particularly impacts the health of relatives now living in settlements. With fewer deliveries of traditional foods from the land, they must supplement with processed foods.
Данные виды рыб содержат ненасыщенные жирные кислоты, которые необходимы для адаптации к условиям Арктики.
With fewer of these fish species in the diet, the team found an increased frequency in hypertension, strokes, and heart attacks. However, there are positives to warming. With earlier springs, the growing season in the Arctic is lengthening, which some individuals are exploiting to their advantage, promoting both health and local food security. Mikhail Okoteto, an innovative Nenet based in Yamal, lives traditionally close to nature and adopts green technology. He uses solar panels on his tundra home, an electric boat to collect soil from eroding riverbanks, and is part of a vegetable growing movement.
Вот с детства что мне нравится? С детства я просыпался в тундре, родился у бабушки с дедушкой в чуме, крика гуся, от гусиного гагота пролетающих уток, которые птичек, которые это радостные звуки моего детства. И вот это потепление, которое вот принуждает наших людей соответствовать и климату, побудило меня задуматься о теплице. Это потепление, изменение климата.
Rising temperatures have allowed Mikhail to successfully cultivate vegetables that need longer to grow, such as tomatoes, cucumbers, and potatoes.
Преимущество нашей фазенды, нашего домика – это свобода, волюшка, это покой, самодостаточность. Это очень важно для нас. То, что в магазине, качество другое. То, что продается, когда сам выращиваешь, за сколько дней придет, потом с поселка надо, когда свое собственное, оно и достаточно очень влияет на здоровье. Работая в теплице, радость от того, что радость жизни новой.
The new generation of indigenous people will face continuing challenges and opportunities from climate change. We have a responsibility to work with them to stand a chance of future-proofing their world while educating new generations from outside the Arctic to create a greener and more sustainable future.
Михаил, а теперь нам бы хотелось дать слово вам, как одному из главных героев фильма и презентации Терри Каллагана. Пожалуйста, прокомментируйте или добавьте что-нибудь.
Да, и послушали начало, кого просили, Ольга?
Вас.
Да, ну да. Фильм, конечно, получился очень интересный. Вот в выступлениях на этом форуме, вот, который на глобальной конференции, организованной ООН по климату, вот там вот красной нитью проходил вот эти изменения климата и вот время, года они полетели. Или мне кажется, мне уже 7-й десяток идет, или мне это кажется, что время летит, полетело оно последние годы вместе. Вот и вот это за 60 лет она жизнь изменилась им. Изменилось влияние человека на нее. Раньше были только одни стойбища, олени, оленеводы, рыбаки. А сейчас вот у нас на земле началось промышленное освоение. Вместе с чумами стоят буровые. Вот. И это все, конечно, воздействие человека. Ну, то, что показали в фильме, что не надо отчаяться, это человек должен выживать в любых условиях, экстремальных условиях. Мы привыкли на севере к экстремальным условиям, тяжелые морозы, холод, все. Ну и к теплу тоже надо привыкать. Вот мы начали осваивать агрокультуру с новыми технологиями, солнечные панели, электромоторы. Мы стараемся идти в ногу со временем, используя ветрогенераторы уже начали использовать, потом солнечные панели и выращивать овощи, свеклу, редис, картофель, огурцы, помидоры и другие виды. Вот. Просто мы показываем то, что надо беречь нашу землю. Обратите внимание, как вместо того, чтобы соляркой, бензином выливать на те же речки, лучше использовать другие энергосберегающие, экосберегающие наши технологии. Вот. И так как наиболее чувствительны коренные народы, вообще коренные народы всей Арктики, наверное, все более чувствительны к этим глобальным изменениям климата, потому что это сказывается на продуктовой корзине. Все-таки продуктовая корзина это олень, это рыба, потом птица, вот и все то, что приходит в Арктику. Вот это основное является нашей питательной средой. Мы как и моржи, нерпы, белые медведи, без этих рыб существовать тоже не сможем на этой планете. Так что мы всеми руками за наш форум, то, что вот в этом году впервые дали такой павильон Арктика на такой глобальной конференции по климату, это отрадно. И то, что выступает тут и наш Владимир Николаевич Васильев, и Антон Васильев, полномочный чрезвычайный посол наш здесь, все знакомые лица. И мы ратуем и приветствуем ваше участие, наше участие. Дай Бог, мы когда-нибудь все-таки сядем со всей Арктикой, кто ближе, на том берегу Арктики, сядем за стол, так же, как и раньше садились, чтобы вместе решать наши возникшие проблемы по климату.
Спасибо большое. Спасибо за такие красивые и правильные слова и за то, что вы смогли присоединиться к нам именно из своего дома. Это тоже очень важно.
Приветствую. Да, я ищу Чум, который всегда участвует в этих на конференциях. Лучше всегда, потому что я и гостей, и начальство, и чиновников сюда приглашаю. Потому что здесь я в Чуме, я хозяин положения, а не в его кабинете.
Очень хорошо. Спасибо большое, Михаил. Теперь мне
Спасибо.
бы хотелось попросить наших коллег из Барнаула рассказать о своей научной задаче и показать, как арктические и северные территории и южные территории связаны между собой, какими процессами и почему нам надо работать вместе точно так же, как разные экосистемы взаимодействуют между собой.
Thank you very much. So, am I listening?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So today I would like to represent some presentation prepared by my colleagues and me about the mutual influence of hydrological changes in the northern and southern territories of Northern Eurasia. Since the beginning of 21st century, numerous dangerous natural phenomena of catastrophic nature have been recorded in Northern Eurasia, accompanied by the death of people and animals, causing the multi-million dollars material damage to the economies of the countries in those territories they occurred. Based on data from remote sensing of Earth from space, an assumption has been made about the mutual influence of hydrological changes occurring in the northern and southern regions of Northern Eurasia. So it means the changes can have a kind of positive feedback influencing each other. So changes in south and northern part. So in this picture, you can see transfer of heat and moisture from the surface of the Caspian Sea from the south to north. And in the southern part of Northern Eurasia, negative process of aridization of steppe territories are intensifying. The mutual influence of hydrological changes is manifested in the increase of dry winds, which transfer heat and fine dust with toxic salts from the surface of Aralkum to the northern regions of western Siberia, the Kara Sea, the Yamal Peninsula. As a result of hot dry winds, there is an increase in the periods of open water and decrease in the ice period of the seas of the Arctic Ocean. For example, in this picture, you can see the so-called Polynja, the ice hole in the Kara Sea near the coast of Novaya Zemlya, is clearly visible on the SMOS image. It's a microwave satellite, microwave range satellite, and in the right picture. Another picture in the visible range with ice hole is not so visible, and the presence of sporadic Kara Polonyia contributes to an increase of amount of evaporated water, the atmospheric transfer of which to the southern region of Northern Eurasia contributes to an increase in the amount of winter precipitation, increases accumulation of snow reserves in the mountain regions of the Altai-Sayan mountain country, and an increase in the possibility of catastrophic floods. In the next picture, we show the abnormal flood in 2014. In that time, the melting of snow was accompanied by transfer of precipitation from far region, and in different satellite images you can see how the lands was flooded during that flood. So the huge territory was full of water, and it causes a lot of damages. And in the modest images from 3 days before that catastrophic flood in the Altai region, we can find such kind of atmospheric river. It's a long-range transport of atmospheric moisture from the Atlantic to the Altai region. So such transfer of moisture was accompanied with snow melting from Altai mountains, and when that process comes together, it causes a catastrophic flood. And another one is accelerating Arctic warming is altering the established relationship between the southern and northern regions of Northern Eurasia. And Arctic warming reduces the north-south temperature gradient, which affects atmospheric circulation and hence weather patterns in northern mid-latitudes. So in this picture, we found what some periods becomes really not usual temperature for seasons. For example, winter fall in Altai Krai in 2016 show what the temperature was much higher when it's usually happened in the end of December for large regions, large area in Siberia. And
У вас на пару секунд, у вас всего 2 минутки осталось.
Да-да. The climatic and hydrological changes occurring in the south of Nova Eurasia and capable of influencing the Arctic may include the drying up of Aral Sea and formation salty sand, the atmospheric transfer of toxic chemicals, and atmospheric transfer of heat and moisture to the Arctic region, increase of frequency of dust storms and atmospheric storms, changes in the periods of seasonal freezing and thawing in the soil covers, the formation of melting of ice cover on the surface of inland water, and changes in wind speeds and so on. So here were pictures of sandy salt and desert Aralkum. And another effect is climate warming in the high altitudes. Latitudes of the northern hemisphere may have a negative impact on the vegetation. And with a general warming by the end of the 21st century, in the middle and subtropical latitudes, along with the increase of the hazard, the fire hazard periods will be extended. In this picture, you can see a lot of fires in the different regions, especially in Siberia. And soot from the forest fires spread over significant distances, for example, can move to the North Territories, and especially in the polar cap. And as the result, we should say what assessing the mutual influence of hydrological changes occurring in the different regions located in the north and south of northern Eurasia is a complex, multifactorial socio-ecological problem with a far-reaching ecological, economic, social, and political consequences. And to successfully solve this problem, it is necessary to combine the efforts of specialists from different fields of science and technology. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое. И теперь мы перейдем от фундаментальной науки к науке социальной, антропологической. И как Терри уже упоминал о важности изучения того, как люди воспринимают окружающую среду вокруг себя. Ту же самую тему нам бы хотелось, чтобы наш очень хороший партнер из Санкт-Петербурга, Лидия Рахманова, представила вот в течение последующих 5-7 минут. Пожалуйста, Лида, дорогая.
Добрый день. Hello. So it's better to present in English because I have a presentation in English. Yes. Maybe I will demonstrate it myself like the previous presenters so that you will see. I don't have the possibility to do it. So, мне лучше самой показать или я отправила презентацию? Как лучше?
Самой показать вы не отправляли?
Okay, thank you. So now you can see, hopefully you can see the presentation. And I will demonstrate, I'm trying to demonstrate it full screen. Okay, here it is. So actually, I was listening to Terry's presentation and thinking about interconnections with mine. And today I want to talk not only about social anthropological research, but about transdisciplinary research and challenges that I think we now really face while studying the not only perceptions, but immersive experiences of local communities, of local dwellings or Arctic all over the world. So my presentation is called with a quote from an interview with my eyes full of tears, speaking about climate change. My interlocutor couldn't, she said that she can't continue the biographical interview because when she thinks about climate change and ecological changes and challenges. She just can't speak. And I will state the problem briefly now. So actually, here you see in bold that we try to combine different research groups and environmental monitoring. And actually, for many years, I was doing some research project in collaboration with Interact and SecNet and Tomsk University. And of course, we try to make an interdisciplinary design with soil scientists, ichthyologists, and ethnographers and social scientists. And actually, you see here that media discourse is important. And while Terry was also talking about interactoriology, while to engage, to inform, and to provoke, here media discourse is very important. Our design of research presupposed a set of expeditions to 19 different settlements in Western Siberia, in 3 regions, in 5 types of terrestrial ecosystems. And I mainly was leading participant observation of fisheries, and also made some biographical interview during participating myself in fishing, hunting, and so on, living in Chum and many other activities. But the problem, so here you can see one of the routes of this expedition, where we try to take data with their questionnaires. And here you can see that actually questionnaires do not work, because people wrote and answered not only to our questions, but they tried to also tell some dramatic stories of how ecology and climate change influence them. And we understood that we need to make not only qualitative, like sociological research, but we need to be there. But the question is, scientific basis all over the Arctic settlements led scientists to stay for some time in the places, in the settlements where they make their observations, sampling, and studies. But actually, what people tell me is that they come, or you come, and then you leave and just sit in your cabinets to analyze the data, and then you publish or you make films, but you don't stay with us actually. So actually, first problem that I faced was methodological split, that local people do not only speak about climate, but they speak mainly about weather changes and ecology, and you can't like analyze it separately. Secondly, we face that actually there are local people that identify them as local, but there are also shift workers and professional, for example, in some oil and gas companies, mining companies, and corporations, and we need also to look at their perceptions, while also we face different romantic stories over these different communities, and we can't ignore just looking only at local experiences and local perceptions. So, but actually, due to these two splits of subjects of study, who are these local people, and split of the main issue, what is it, climate change or ecology? I see now that we're talking about vulnerable ecosystems and also vulnerable people and communities. And the main thing that I want to argue today is that while we work not only with vulnerable terrestrial or sea ecosystems, but also with vulnerable subjects who are not always vocal subjects that have their own voice and they can speak. Actually, we face with this type of sensitive data. And I also want to put a question whether it can be really qualified as data. Because when I work in an interdisciplinary field in Russia, there is a problem of combining different sets of data, and especially, for example, biographical interviews with their emotions, empathy, and compassion and sensibilities. So now see the conclusion, but I will maybe in 2 minutes also set some questions that I have for myself and for the dear colleagues. Well, actually, this interdisciplinary research with a split of to different parties and subjects that are under climate change agenda and pressure. It brings to interdisciplinary study the challenge of sensitivity. And I'm afraid that this challenge couldn't be overcome due to the co-production of knowledge practices and collaboration, because these exclusive examples that we see and that I personally know and that we are discussing in Interact network during our meetings are really unique, and I see that the problem of my informants when we do research in Yamal region, in Khanty-Mansiysk region, in Tomsk region, is that actually some knowledge is so sensitive, is so intimate concerning health problems, facing death, not only losing their homes. This is also a problem for the Ob River environments and terrestrial system of Ob River, as we have seen in the film. So actually, concluding, I think that, and I am now just stopping it. And do I have like 2 minutes? Yeah, to conclude.
Одна.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So actually, my problem is that we publish together and we combine GIS systems, ecological research, soil scientist data, meteorological data analyzed for 40 years to show the changes, and we try to match it with people's perceptions. We have some novelty of research, definitely, but actually I have a lot of data that is aside this framework of interdisciplinarity and co-production of knowledge, because those people who even can't speak about their losses, their tragedies due to climate change and ecological issues, can hardly at this moment in this decade collaborate productively. They can't participate as local experts because we face a barrier of emotional, paternalistic expectations, and also emotional atmosphere of this whole problem. I'm speaking for Russia, and I'm also for voting for the positivity of the narrative that we publish and we are trying to show to the general public through films, through publications. But actually, I want us to turn to some sensitive data that is not only a data but a way of living, and also it's a problem of how...
Простите, пожалуйста.
Okay, so this is what I wanted to say, and thank you.
Спасибо большое. Очень эмоциональный и очень интересный. И есть о чем дальше поговорить. И я думаю, что и другие бы коллеги прокомментировали. Но вначале мне бы хотелось предоставить слово еще руководителю еще одной сети. Это большой консорциум с названием «Глобальные изменения Земли, климат, экология, качество жизни». И он был создан Томским государственным университетом. И первый проректор Виктор Валентинович Демин представит опыт этого большого консорциума.
Thank you very much. So I think I have to speak English to be understood. So you can see the title of my presentation, and there are, I think, two main ideas of this presentation. First of all, that we need to organize in-city complex scientific strategic studies of the situation in Arctic, and we need to collaborate to do this very properly. That's why we organized the consortium called Global Earth Change, Climate, Ecology, and Quality of Life. and we realized such a project, such a strategic project. The main goal of the project is to describe the carbon cycle in a common and to predict some situation with the carbon cycle. And of course, for this, we have some parts of this strategic projects dealing with permafrost, with land, with shelf. You can see these parts. We develop some monitoring and remediation technologies and study quality of life. We consider very huge territory from Ural Mountain to the Pacific, and we consider the basins of Great Siberian rivers and Arctic shelf of Arctic seas. That's why participants of consortiums are from everywhere, from, for example, St. Petersburg, it is Arctic and Antarctic Research Institutes, or from Vladivostok Oceanographic Institute, or from Krasnoyarsk Institute of Forest, or from Yakutsk is about permafrost, and so on. So we have about 14 participants of the consortium to study this various parts of our strategic project. You can see our famous scientists who are participants of this research, and one of them are here. So, and I'm very proud of it. And the main task right now it is to create the balanced chart of carbon flows and reservoirs in Northern Asia, and of course it should be empirical model, and we need to consider various factors like landscape and biological factors, hydrological, and so on. Of course, we need to consider various seasons and to provide short-term and long-term forecast of carbon exchange. That's why we try to consider all ecosystem in a complex. For example, this is some main sources of carbon cycle associated with degradation of land and subsea permafrost. And here, the same for ecosystem biogeochemical approach. We consider some rivers, lakes, vegetations, and so on, because it is impossible to predict in advance which factor will be decisive. So, because the main goal of the project is the assessment and forecast of the carbon cycle in the Arctic zone of the Russian Federation and the North Asia, and we need to study various specific natural zones like shelf, wetland, forest, tundra, and so on. And we need to cover a large area. I told about this. So we try to use so-called mega transect approach. For example, one transect is shown here. This transect from Altai Mountain to the Arctic Ocean, and there are several stations and a lot of points for measurements, and we are going to create such a transects along the Great Siberian rivers, and after that we can plot some results of measurement between them. So we can interpolate such results. If we need additional results, so of course we can create so-called carbon polygon. One of them we created in Tomsk region, and there are 3 stations on this carbon polygon in forest, in swamp, and in in a food plain ecosystem. So I have I have very small time, so yes. And one part of this strategic project is dealing with quality of life. First of all, quality of life of indigenous population, and you have seen some results about this. You have seen a film about this. You have seen the movie about this in the previous presentations of Terry Halligan. So I just want to underline that that mathematical model was developed for the correlation of traditional nutrition, drinking water quality, and the health status of the indigenous population of the Northern Territories. We developed some technologies for assessing and remediation of the ecosystem. And here you can see the unique technology for assessing and clean up bottom sediments from oil and petroleum products. There are more than 20 patents, more than, I think, hundreds of projects are developed, and this really unique technology. And now it is possible not only to clean the bottom sediments from oil, but from microplastics too. To study carbon cycle in Arctic land shelf system, we usually use some results of marine expeditions along the Arctic seas, and about more than 50 expeditions carried out in the last about 30 years. One more technology, again, unique technology, is dealing with underwater digital holography of marine particles, including plankton, and this technology for bioindications. In this case, it is possible to use information about plankton, about size, shape, about behavior of plankton to estimate the situation in the ecosystem. This is, for example, some holographic images of plankton from different depths, from 100 meters depth, from 50 meters depth, and so on. We provide a lot of expeditions in Arctic, in Black Sea, in Baikal Lake, and now we can say that such sensors can be recommended for monitoring of plankton bioefficiency to estimate the forage reserve in fishery, for monitoring of biodiversity of plankton species, to estimate the evolution of water ecosystems, and for monitoring and early prediction of hazardous ecological conditions, especially in water areas nearby the dangerous objects like nuclear station, oil platform, gas pipelines, lines, etc. And now we suggest to create such a underwater observatories based on such sensors for monitoring climate and ecological state of water areas. It could be in Kamchatka, it could be in Arctic, Sakhalin, or somewhere. And before conclusion, I would like to announce our platform, I'd rather say, for collaboration, for exchange of results, for exchange of planning. This is our International Forum of Associations and Consortia of the Northern Territories. It will be a third forum, and it will be held in April 2025. You can see the contacts. We are here. We can answer questions if it is needed. And for conclusion, I would like to say that the reliable knowledge about large scale and global natural process requires the creation and improvement the large scale research infrastructure, and we need to exchange knowledge and to collaborate. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Viktor Valentinovich. And Now my turn. I would like to present some examples how the Siberian Environmental Change Network collaborates with other Arctic actors. And here you see two maps. One shows the SecNet stations across Siberia. On the second map, you may see the communities of local indigenous people working with SecNet scientists. And the third part, we show why we focus in Siberia. It has a huge diversity in environments and ecosystems. Focusing on the aim of our meeting, which calls our Arctic observing, understanding, and responding, I will start with observing. You may see some examples of observation where biodiversity changes, extreme events, and vegetation productivity were made by local people and indigenous people. You may see them on the pictures. Turning to understanding, and slides and this information already have been heard. But I would like to emphasize that there are two different types of understanding. And here we are showing some examples how we understand the cause effect relations. Some medical research and sociological research have been made. And again, the most important feature which you may see that climate is extremely important for people, even if they can't say about this very openly. You may see the diagram on the left corner of the slide. Wait. And here you may see a couple of examples of how we understand by another way, we understand each other to build the trust and to make the research even more effective. And the understanding is the most important feature to survive in a world of climate change and in the world of sociological and global changes. And you may see on the picture some examples of our community, of our friends living in different countries and in different environments. And this is our favorite story. This is about responding to the climate change and other environmental changes. And this is again Mikhail on the left side. This is one example of responding. And the right side, you may see how scientists can respond doing their own research and publishing paper. And thank you very much for your attention. And I'm here answering questions, or you may always contact me by email. Thank you very much. And now if our online participants would like to comment or to add something to our short topics, you are very welcome. Nicholas, do you have something to add, or we can't hear you? No, you are muted. Мы не слышим вас. We can't hear you, Nicholas. Alexandra, maybe your turn if Nicholas has problems. Can you say something? Would you like add something?
Thank you so much. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I'm very impressed by all the activity of Interact and also by the SecNec and um, and also by the work of Lydia. I have nothing else to add except that it's pity that due to the sanction, many observing system had to stop. And perhaps you have some ideas to continue somewhere for the observation in Russia.
Okay, thank you very much. Adgon Bayar, can you hear us? Would you like something?
Yes, thank you very much. I'm very happy to see the Professor Terry and Olga colleague. Thank you very much. And good luck to your future collaborations.
Thank you. Nicholas. Nicholas is disappearing, so we may have to conclude our session. Unfortunately, we can't hear him and we even can't see him now. But
If I may say, like,
please.
Thank you for letting for a chance to participate in such interesting discussion. And actually, in your presentation, you highlighted this climate volunteers, and I think that what Alexandra also said about how can we overcome this geopolitical problem of monitoring of Russian Arctic stations. Well, maybe this is a way that vocal subjects who were silent for so many years through volunteering can become the part of the international network, but informally. If this is possible, then maybe we can work on this agenda, and I will be happy also to be helpful for SecNet and Interact initiatives of such kind, not only as a researcher, but as a volunteer as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We are so sorry that Nicholas can't join us, but we are very short in time and should finish our meeting immediately. But we would like to thank to all of you for your time, for your efforts, for your very friendly attitude to our networks, to our joint work, and to your many years lasting friendship. You are very welcome to Siberia in spite of this harsh climate. You are very welcome to the university, Tomsk State University. And we still friends, and we are still team of friends who works to observe, understand, and respond to the climate and environmental change in the Arctic. Oh, dear Nicholas, if your problems is finished, or solved, can you add something? No, unfortunately, we are not hearing you. Oh, it's so sad. No. Some technical problems on your side, unfortunately. Yeah. But anyway, thank you very much, especially. And Terry also would like to thank you for your participating, even if you can't say, even if we can't hear you. But we know that you are very good scientist, that you are really our friend, and we are hope that we continue our collaboration in the future, in the nearest future. We all hope for that. So thank you very much to all of you. Our session is finished. Alexandra, it's so nice to see you even in the picture, and Lydia and Mikhail and Nicholas at Bayar and your young friends. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, now you will hear me.
Yes, we do.
Okay, am I too late or?
I'm not sure that organizers hear us, but we can in Zoom. Sorry.
Yeah, no problems.
We can we still
great.
So
even if we didn't see Nicholas, if you have time, yeah, we have a couple of minutes. You,
And I was just wanting to thank you for the very interesting meeting, and it was really fun to see that reindeer herding people on the eastern side of us are attending in the meeting in a shum. It was really nice.
yeah, yeah, it was wonderful from their side. Yes, I agree. We all agree. Okay.
Okay.
Я
Have a nice day.
хотел бы, пользуясь случаем, тоже пригласить всех коллег, тоже пользуясь случаем, пока холодно, приглашаем к нам на север, в Сибирь, наших коллег, друзей, пока не
Спасибо.
потеплело.
Okay.
3:15, 8:20.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen.
Спасибо большое. Начинаем? Okay, please welcome to the 29th session of the Conference of Parties of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change that is holding in Baku, Azerbaijan. My name is Sergei Rybakov and I am the Program Director of the Vostok Discussion Club and General Director of the Nature and People Foundation. Let me introduce to you our panel, Science and Education for Sustainable Development. Let me introduce our magnificent speakers today. Some of them are going to join us online. Some of them are going to join us a little bit later because we're running as it's rush hour in the city. So, Olga Konovalova, Head of Biodiversity Department, Moscow State University, Marine Research Center. Ramon Pich-Madruga, Vice Chair, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. Tatiana Sokolova, Associate Professor, High School of Economics, School of Communications, Director of the Autonomous Nonprofit and Educational Center, High School of Economics. Vladimir Ruskov, Head of Climate and Environmental Issues for Sustainable Development Division, Department of International Organizations, Ministry for Foreign Affairs of Russian Federation. Our online speakers, Vladimir Mashkala, Head of the UN Environment Program, Russian Office. Sergei Raginko, Head of the Center for Ecology and Development, leading researcher of the Economic Research Department, Institute of Europe of Russian Academy of Sciences. Vasily Savinov, Vice Rector for Strategic Development, Amosov Northeastern Federal University. And Stanislav Zhukov, Corresponding Member, Doctor of Science, Economics, Deputy Director for Scientific Work for Institute of World Economy and International Relations. Ramon, can I please start with you? IPCC is playing a crucial role in terms of the overall climate agenda. You are the ones who hold the scientific position and scientific agenda. Can you please give us a small update? Where do we stand? What is going on and what role is playing by science in the climate negotiation process?
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this event, the invitation to be here with you this afternoon in this panel on science, education, and sustainable development. Firstly, I would like to say that the progress of science in the recent years has been assessed by the IPCC in its the last report of the IPCC. I mean the sixth assessment report, and that concluded in July last year. And in that sense, the IPCC, this was a particularly intense cycle. The R6 was a very intense cycle there. The three working groups submitted their contributions to the assessment, but in addition to that, three special reports were produced. One of them dealing with the global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius. Secondly, climate change and land. And the third special report was ocean and climate change. These three special reports were approved before the pandemics. And after that, I mean, the three working groups concluded their contributions. And finally, the synthesis report was produced following the procedures of the IPCC. There are some general messages that can be taken out of this assessment. Firstly, that the urgency of climate action, the importance of having this in mind. Secondly, the importance of the responses to be immediate, but also equitable. Thirdly, the impact, the adverse impact of climate change for the accomplishment of the Sustainable Development Goals. And finally, the growing costs and risks associated to delay in responding to climate change. These are three aspects which are crucial in the context of the IPCC. Also, in that context, the IPCC recognized the report, and specifically the synthesis report recognized the interdependence between climate change, biodiversity and ecosystems, and human well-being and human societies. Also, the interconnection between adaptation, mitigation, and sustainable development, and the value of the various forms of knowledge, as well as the growing number of actors involved with climate action. These are four important aspects that I wanted to also highlight in this. There are some concepts which are very relevant in the context of the whole assessment. One has to do with the climate resilient development, which is integrating adaptation, mitigation, and sustainable development. There are, of course, constraints and enablers for this process. Among the key enablers are technology, finance, and international cooperation. And also the report highlights the importance of equity, inclusiveness, just transition, social justice as part of the governance, the governance and in the general process of policy making as part of the importance of taking care of this. With regard to the education and climate change, it is good to recall that these are there is a two-way relation between education and climate science and climate change action. So I mean the education and climate action, there is a two-way relationships. On the one hand, having a quality and comprehensive education helps or contribute to climate action, and at the same time, equitable adaptation and mitigation is also benefits education. And this is highlighted in the report. In general, the report also attributes great importance to science, technology, and innovation as a key pillar also of sustainable development and international cooperation, as I said before. Adaptation was assessed in working group. Adaptation was assessed in working group 2, which is the working group dealing also with impacts, vulnerability, and adaptation. It was recognized in the assessment that concerning adaptation, actions in that regard, policy in that regard has increased in the recent year. However, there are still gaps and limits regarding adaptation. And the effectiveness of adaptation will be compromised with growing in global warming. I mean, because there is a point in which there are limits to adaptation, and because of that, we have a growing also amount of losses and damages as part of the whole process. There are also considerations with regard to maladaptation, how to avoid maladaptation through more flexible planning and effectiveness in the planning process, and also taking care of the local dimension of development, the local priorities when talking about adaptation, because the community, the local level is where the impacts are felt, and this means that this scale is crucial with regard to adaptation. You cannot apply homogeneously adaptation policies in the where you need to take into account these specificities, local, the priority, the local conditions, the local particularities into account when talking about adaptation. There are also, with regard to mitigation, policies have been also increased. There are a group of countries in which even emissions have been declining. There are a set of group of cities and regions with net zero commitments, net zero emission commitment. However, we are not on track for limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, and this is one of the main findings of Working Group 3. And this has to do with the continued increase of the emission of greenhouse gases. In the last decade, assessed by the IPCC, in between 2010 and 2019, there was the dynamic of the growth reduced, but however, in absolute terms, the amount of emission was unprecedented, and this is one of the reasons why we are not on track for dealing with for limiting global warming to 1.5. There are positive signals in addition to this increased amount of countries and other entities with new commitment with regard to mitigation. In addition to that, the costs of some key mitigation technologies, like, for instance, solar photovoltaics and wind energy, and also the batteries for electric cars for passenger have been reduced, have reduced considerably this cost, but still the penetration of those technology is low, taking into account that the starting point was also very low. But there is a growing process in that sense with regard to the cost of the reduction of the cost, and also the penetration, the dynamic of this penetration into the market of these key technologies. And in general, these are the key findings with regard to mitigation, and also with regard to adaptation, and the synthesis report, which is the report which make a synthesis, as I said before, of the whole process. At the moment, we are in the preparation process of the 7th assessment report, and there are key steps in that process. Next month, the scoping meeting for the preparation of the contribution of the 3 working groups would be taking place in the Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and there a proposal for the structure, the content of the 3 working groups is going to be made, and this proposal is to be considered in February by the government's members of the IPCC. In February next year, the structure of this contribution would be approved, and after that there will be a call for author to write these 3 contributions. So we are precisely in this moment, and also by February there is a pending discussion with regard to the whole duration of the process. I mean, this is more or less in general the point in which we are, and also to highlight that the current leadership of the IPCC has been insisting in 3 key pillars of the current process. One is the policy relevance, how to be much more policy relevant as a result of this assessment process. Secondly, inclusivity, how to incorporate new voices, new content, the new literature in correspondence with this broad variety of new actors, and also the recognition of the value of new forms of knowledge. And the third point is interdisciplinarity, how to reinforce this area also, including, for instance, social sciences, mainly social sciences, the knowledge of indigenous peoples and local communities. So these are 3 areas which are crucial at the moment with regard to the new assessment report. Also, this cycle include, in addition to the contribution of the 3 working groups, this cycle includes 1 special report dealing with climate change as cities that is in process of preparation. The authors are in the IPCC is in the process of selecting the authors for this special report, and the 2 methodological reports under the task force on inventories of greenhouse gases. And finally, just to conclude, to recall that there are different options for different organizations to participate in the IPCC as observer organizations, and also as part of the review processes. As observer organizations, they can nominate authors, and the review processes. In the review process is an open process in which experts can make comments and also provide additional literature that could improve the report.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ramon. So, and we are going to our online speakers. I want to welcome. Hold on. Vasily Savinov. Vasily, the most important event of 2024 was the approval of a strategy of implementation youth policy in Russian Federation for a period up to 2030, which was developed on instructions of the President of Russian Federation following the State Council on Youth Policy in December 2022. Youth policy in Russia today is being adapted to the needs of the economy. The demand for its adjustment indicates by problems in the labor market. Vasily Mikhailovich, please tell us how to train a professional specialist in the modern world, and what role, from your point of view, does the global issue of climate change plays in this process? Василий Михайлович.
Добрый вечер, уважаемые коллеги. У нас в Якутии уже 15 минут, без 15 минут 10 вечера. Очень рад вас приветствовать. Действительно, я полностью с вами согласен, то, что значительные изменения, которые происходят в образовательной деятельности ведущих вузов, университетов мира, они в большей степени направлены на то, чтобы обеспечить рынок достаточно конкурентоспособными кадрами, обеспечить растущие потребности экономики. Но в то же время, как показывают наши исследования, значительная часть университетов, как северных стран Европы, Северной Америки, ну также университетов Азиатского, Тихоокеанского региона, значительная часть из них в большей степени ориентирована на то, чтобы обеспечить устойчивое развитие своих регионов. Вот. В частности, если взять наш университет, то в 2021 году у нас была разработана программа развития нашего университета до 30 года. В основу данной программы легла концепция устойчивого развития, и поэтому все те 17 целей, цели устойчивого развития, которые приняты, они являются основой для развития нашего университета. Друзья, если вы зайдете на наш сайт, то вы увидите, что каждая новость сопровождается логотипом той или иной цели устойчивого развития. То есть это говорит о том, что вся наша деятельность, она полностью пронизана идеями обеспечения устойчивого развития северных территорий, само собой разумеется, и климатической повестки. Мы на данный момент реализуем 467 образовательных программ высшего образования, и из них все в прошлом году были полностью актуализированы под нашу миссию. Это подготовка кадров для обеспечения устойчивого развития азиатской зоны Российской Федерации и Дальнего Востока. И поэтому вот эти все 467 полностью актуализированы с учетом целей устойчивого развития. Но если брать, скажем, оригинальные программы, то есть такие интересные программы, как арктическое регионоведение, альтернативный транспорт, это технологические средства природообустройства, защиты чрезвычайных ситуаций и так далее. Но вы говорили о климате. В прошлом году у нас проходила очень интересная конференция по изменениям климата и таянию вечной мерзлоты. И в этом году, в сентябре, мы провели вторую конференцию. Друзья, как я вам сказал, у нас не только то, что сейчас уже почти скоро полночь, но и то, что наша республика находится в зоне вечной мерзлоты. И поэтому климат напрямую влияет то, в каких условиях мы будем жить. То есть меняется и ландшафт, меняются и температурные, и особенности какие-то геоморфологии и так далее. И больше всего то, чего мы боимся, то, что очень быстро растет скорость таяния вечной мерзлоты. Вот наш университет имеет интересный полигон, который находится за полярным кругом, называется Батагайка. И мы каждый год изучаем то, насколько увеличилась вот эта огромная впадина, основанная на том, что тает вечная мерзлота. И вот наши исследования, они в большей степени ориентированы на то, чтобы обеспечить достаточно хорошую жизнь населения и в условиях изменений климата, в условиях таяния вечной мерзлоты и в связи с этим подготовки кадров, которые знают это все. Понятно то, что люди, которые не живут в условиях таяния вечной мерзлоты, они не будут знать то, что у нас происходит. Поэтому наша задача обеспечить вот фундаментальную подготовку для наших студентов, которые будут потом уже работать в тех или иных условиях рынка, чтобы они знали особенности изменения климата и особенности тех условий, в которых будут работать, то есть тех условий, в которых будут происходить те или иные экономические изменения. Вот. И в связи с этим мы, как я вам сказал, изменили все наши программы образовательные. Мы проводим исследования достаточно серьезные. В частности, мы совместно с нашими коллегами, которые входят в Российско-Азиатский консорциум арктических исследований, проводим огромный проект, который называется «Изменения в арктических трансектах по климатические изменения». И вот в частности, я знаю то, что вот у вас сейчас в Баку находятся наши коллеги из других университетов России, которые участвуют в этом проекте. Вот. Это во-вторых, Б. И В – это изменение всей системы подготовки, чтобы наши будущие специалисты, нынешние студенты, они знали не только то, что будет, как меняться и как нужно действовать, но и это взяли за основу как ценность обеспечения жизни людей в условиях климатических изменений. Вот эти 3 пункта. И поэтому очень радостно то, что вы задали именно этот вопрос, который нас сильно волнует, и вопрос, который, видимо, будет волновать не только сегодня, но и завтра. И вся наша деятельность, вся работа огромного университета, должен сказать то, что мы университет, который обеспечивает кадрами огромную территорию. Это 3 миллиона квадратных километров. То есть 1/5 часть Российской Федерации. И вот для 1/5 части Российской Федерации мы должны обеспечить тех ребят, которые в будущем будут, работая в жестких условиях рынка, обеспечивать ценности и цели устойчивого развития. Если вкратце вот уложиться на те положенные мне 8 минут, будет так.
Спасибо. Спасибо вам огромное. Спасибо, Василий Михайлович, и хорошего вам вечера. Надеемся, что мы до вас доедем и с удовольствием посмотрим все, что у вас происходит. Я хотел передать слово Сергею Анатольевичу. Родненько, Сергей Анатольевич, нас слышно? Видно? Так, Светоч, у вас выключен микрофон.
Меня видно?
Да.
И слышно. Отлично.
Да, здравствуйте.
Добрый день. So, let me begin by this. I just heard the colleague from IPCC talking about the possible involvement of social sciences. Since it's my specialty, I've spent my whole life in social and political science. And let me put it like that. First, it's very important that the climate change is the first global political agenda driven by science. And in my view, it must stay that way, so that political and economic efforts won't divert from the findings of science. There are cases where science could be more helpful in developing tools for climate policy. I mean, social science. Well, let me take just a few cases. Take the case of green financing. When we see green financing projects, we should see a lot of mitigation projects, GHG mitigations. but we won't see a lot of adaptation projects. But if we look at the Paris Agreement, we shall see that mitigation and adaptation do have the same priorities in the agreement. Why so? Why is the structure of green financing not in line with the Paris Agreement? In my view, it's a methodological issue. It's no secret that mitigation projects are easy to develop, since it's easy to calculate the GHG reductions. It's easy to monitor the results of the projects, easy to verify and report them. There are plenty of methodologies and other tools developed for this project type, but this is not the case for the adaptation projects. And here is a room for the science to develop respective methodologies and measurement and reporting and verification tools. Let me reiterate, policy must be science-driven, not vice versa. When we see policy-driven science, it's not a science, it's actually a policy tool. We in BRICS countries witness a lot of unrest about the carbon emissions in the countries with carbon-intensive industries. There is a lot of players that do like to blame the producers of carbon-intensive commodities for the global warming. But how about consumers of the same products? These consumers, these countries do offer carbon demand all over the world. Ain't they a part of the problem? Of course, these countries invented a concept of carbon leakage, and thus they defend the carbon border adjustment mechanism. It's a unilateral cross-border carbon tax, and this initiative is rejected by BRICS. But if we go down to science, let us speak about the carbon leakage concept. It's a doubtful concept. It's a source of trade wars in future. And therefore, there is a need to explore the issues of carbon demand all over the world. And exploring this issue, it will lead to more sustained view on the issue of responsibility for carbon emissions. And having said this, let me conclude with the hope that the climate change agenda will lead to a better world that will be not a new version of divided world, but a united one. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And we go to Olga Konovalova. So, and the question will be about science, education, and popularization. So, what do we need to make science important and interesting to people, especially for youngest?
Thank you very much. Thank you for Pavilion and for colleagues after Mon. And I want to show a special case of adaptation to mobilization of young scientists. And for after the Sergei, it's a case where the policies is synchronized with science, because we started from the ministry and universities. So of course, I think I need to say common words about that we, for successful development of mitigation plans and procedures for climate change, we need a very huge scientific background, and we need qualified scientific personnel. And I would especially like to draw attention that what we heard, for example, in Arctic, in the ocean and in Arctic here, Pavilion, and everywhere, that we need to improve our assessment and develop mitigation measures, mechanisms, and technologies. But for this mechanisms, technologies is not enough. We need a deep scientific view and understanding of the processes, because we have a lack of it. It's obviously, especially maybe I'm biologist and maybe I said this biology that especially the lack of this understanding is our understanding of ecosystems and biodiversity loss and the complex ecosystem approach. So this is a problem. And of course, I think I need to say that last but not least, reason of this approach is that the feature science is that the science is an international phenomenon that is extremely important in our complicated world. So education and popularization of scientific careers are extremely important in accordance with our high-tech society and development. And social institution must unite to achieve our sustainable goals together. So I want to say that important not only to acquire knowledge, if we say about education, is to apply knowledge. So if we say about science, because it's important too, and education sometimes become a game, but not like real science. And the next that I want to say is scientific community and industrial professional community and educational institution often stay apart from each other, but both sides need to make significant efforts and the power to involve students in work and obtain scientific results, because educational people and scientific staff need to make special efforts to make the science real. And on the one hand, it's necessary to start involving students in science earlier, but in other hands, it's what it should be real scientific results. And therefore, we are actively developing a Russian program that called Floating University. The program itself got the name from 90s, where this project starts with UNESCO. It was the first floating university. It was a UNESCO program. And then recent years, since 2021, we combine the resources of all Russia in training and attracting people in the areas of marine sciences. It's ocean and atmospheric physics, bottom geology, marine biology, and underwater technologies. Program is aimed in involving students, school children, postgraduates, and young scientists in research activities in the field of marine science, promoting their early professional orientation and specialized training, marine training in the Arctic and the other seas, as well as the development of new scientific groups of young scientists. It's also our aim. And from 2022 to 2024, do you hear me? 62 organizations of various focuses were involved in this implementation of this program. And different partners, different years. It's a scientific organization and industrial and of course educational. It's the main partners. Between them is a Marine Research Center too, and different partners who need to employ young scientists for growing knowledge of dynamical marine ecosystem. And leading scientists and scientific organization of Russia are involved in this implementation. We have a network winter school was held in 9 cities in Russia, and then the floating universities are mostly float in the Arctic. So we study dynamic ecosystems of Arctic and climate change also, and hydrophysical research and different aspects of climate, weather, and forecasting of ecosystems in Arctic. And under the program that in total 9 complex expeditions were carried out in the Arctic seas, Barents, Kara-Laptev, Baltic seas, and the far eastern seas. And we had a total of 7,000 applications that were submitted to participate in 3-year cycles of this program. And the followers are from the 150 universities in Russia. And 91 students complete this program, and they presented 103 posters and abstracts and 13 scientific conferences. And the main result that we are proud of, that according to our surveys, more than 80% of the program's graduates continue to work in the earth sciences. That is a very important result in the earth scientists everywhere, all over the world. And this is the whole thing is a result of the complex interaction between Ministry of Science and Higher Education, universities, Academy of Science, and commercial companies. And the next steps for developing this scientific and educational program is transformation into international program as science originally supposed to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Olga. Tatiana, can you just also explain how business is cooperated with education, how business can be involved in scientific research and working with the youth?
Thank you so much. I see we're growing. So thank you, dear audience. Thank you, Sergey. Thank you, dear panelists. And the most important issue and the most important topic I could underline talking in terms of cooperation is to answer the question, why? If we know this answer, why business should cooperate with the educational centers and institutions, and why should education be open-minded to business, we can find a nice results. So what we are doing at the Higher School of Economics, it's about one of the leading universities. If you don't mind, I will remove this. Maybe like that, it's better because I can hear myself. So in this case, the most important thing we should talk and communicate is the reason. And here at the in the Higher School of Economics, we have several programs. I'm the leader of the program, which is called Social Marketing. And it's a special discipline, which is mainly possible to choose from the students from brand reputation, research, communication studies, and advertising. So students are always connected with communication. And in this case, we are communicating with business, trying to solve their problems, and even the problems about reputation, about carbon emission, about the way they are hunting people, and even for their HR branding. And of course, we're doing research. And it's one of the aspects business is going to get this expertise from the academia. I'm sorry, I need to put it on, sorry. It's pretty complicated because you need also to controlate your pronunciation. So in this case, I should share with you some aspects we normally use at the Higher School of Economics. First of all, we promote the idea of service learning. What does it mean? If business come to the university with a special agenda, we are organizing kind of briefing for students. In this case, students have a special timetable how to work on the special project from business. So it's absolutely business unit, but working outside the business. And for a month or even for a year, depends on the program, students are working on a special case. For example, they're working with a reputation from the real business companies. In this case, they are conducting research later, they're working on a communication strategy, and of course, they're working with stakeholders as well. So in these aspects, I would make this bridge between your thesis about social sciences as one of the crucial areas to communicate with. And also, dear colleagues, so one more aspect I would underline is about the role of academia to solve the problem of climate action and climate change. And of course, here in Higher School of Economics, we're also measuring this effect, but communicating with students, we also underline the problem of measurement. So the second aspect, why business is so interested to go to the academia to find the answer, how could we measure this effect, but mostly not only about carbon emission, but about the reputation and the way we are communicating about sustainability in terms of communication in sustainability. And the last but not least thing is about creativity, because of course students are a kind of creative people, and they always have the solution to any problems. In this case, first we start with the research, later then they have this inspiration doing something and working on these strategic communications. They can afford to make an effort to solve a real business task in a very creative way. And that's the reason why here at our department, which is called School for Creative Industries, we are solving these problems. But another option I would love to discuss here at COP, because I think it's absolutely impossible not to say about the fact we're here, and thank you very much for this panel, because we are here to raise the voice of academia. So, and in this case, we need to be visible. And listening to all of your incredible projects about the university, about the floating university, I do understand that we need promotion. So, and maybe it's not like maybe it's not an absolutely unique thing, and it's a kind of rhetorical question, but one of the most important thing business should go to academia and should communicate is to be visible to any of stakeholders. So talking about audience of youth, we also need to be visible for these people. While they're younger, we need to be visible on their own language. While they're growing up, we need to change the language and to be visible again. And it's like a process we could combine and we could promote during the whole life. And there is no difference if we're talking about the life of company or life during our whole life. And in this case, we're talking in terms of sustainability, ESG, and corporate social responsibility. So one more thing, business is so interested to go to academia to communicate about their brand and their corporate social responsibility, which is different to ESG, which is just like absolutely about econometrics and about their effectiveness. So reputation is one of the aspects we need to underline as a crucial thing to cooperate between academia and business. But there is also one more thing, and I would love to discuss it. We need some more promotion even with the state authorities, because talking about GR and governmental relations, we also need to be visible to all the stakeholders. Not only academia, but also the state should be involved to this process to promote the idea of necessity of sustainable education in each of the university on each of the levels. Never mind, we're talking about bachelor's degree or PhD students. They need to be involved to solve the real problems of business. And if they see that all of their ideas, or maybe any of them, are interesting, and business is really interested to take these ideas, and students are feel this possibility to launch the campaign, not only to offer it, that's also one of the things which could we see like a reason for cooperation. So 4 aspects, just to sum up. First, to be visible. Second, to feel this trend of academia, because many of the solutions which could be possible to implement for business are originally from academia. So the thing number 3, which is the third one, is to feel the tendency. And the fourth one is to have a legal base to rise the voice of academia. So this question why, with which I've been started before, is like a doable thing. It's not just like one path. Not only business should be visible for academia, but also academia should afford all the issues and all the key tools to be visible for business. And in this case, we could solve the problem of cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Tatiana. Thank you. And we're going to have one more speaker, Vladimir Mashkala, that will join us online. Vladimir.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for inviting me to take part in the panel Science and Education for Sustainable Development. Many colleagues know that UNEP is a sort of environment authoritative voice for environment in the UN system, and in a nutshell, UNEP is implementing 3 actions on what we can call triple planetary crisis. They are the climate action to deal with the climate crisis, nature action to deal with nature loss and biodiversity loss, and pollution action to deal with pollution and waste problems. Of course, these actions are interconnected, and they are also within the context of sustainable development. And the whole effort is to make the world more sustainable. As you know, triple planetary crisis, in a way, has become a bottleneck for human beings and sustainability for the long term. And the notion or narrative of the triple crisis starts from science. You might be well familiar with the assessment done by the Intergovernmental Panel, or the IPCC, and also Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, what we call IPBES, and UNEP's flagship publication of the Global Environmental Outlook. By 2019, through the quarter of the century period, we were able to convene global dialogue on the global assessments, bring all these assessments together, and to identify the synergies and coherent messages from all of these kind of assessment processes. And the narrative of the triple planetary crisis came from the key findings of the 25 global assessments. Of course, I'm fully aware that the topic is technology-full, sustainable development. And let me just turn to the topic as well. So basically, my first point is science and technology promote social and economic development and also improve human well-being and livelihood. And if you think about these revolutions, some 200-300 years ago, the Industrial Revolution, the Information and Technology Revolution, the Agricultural Revolution and Green Revolution, we have been through all these revolutions, and through each, the human beings benefited quite a lot. We grew our population and we increased our livelihoods and improved our lifestyle, etc. So, needless to say that without that science and technology, human beings would not have achieved so much. But this is the only one side of the coin. The other side of the coin, or my second point, is the side effects of this science and technology, and thus we are bearing the blame and suffering the crisis. Especially vulnerable are the communities and least developed countries in Africa, for example, where UNEP headquarters is located. And that is perhaps the origin of the problem. We have to be aware that in the meantime, we must use science and technology to tackle these problems, to address the crisis. In the meantime, we also have to be aware of the environmental risk and the risk for human health from all this new technology. This is especially relates to artificial intellect technology, biological technology, and so on. Some 30-40 years ago, people thought about 2 kinds of technologies that would dominate our life and development. One is biological technology, and the other is what we call now information technology. Now we have it. I believe that we need to focus mostly on artificial intellect and how this can be used for our well-being rather than side effects. But there must be a kind of environmental impact, kind of protectional assessment before we put it in use. For example, solar radiation modification technologies are in the experimental stage, and the UN looks after this. Of course, if we use these technologies, it will mitigate the impact of climate change, but in the meantime, it could cause impacts on nature systems and human health. And this is the thing that we thought of the proper assessment of the effects for application of such technologies. We could hardly say, yes, go ahead, let's replicate, let's do it. This is a mean in a portfolio of mitigating climate change. So that is a typical example. And the third point that I would like to flag. Now we have on our hands great potential to basically resolve all these problems that we face. I mean, in the top, climate change. For example, our current technology potential is, to meet with the targets, basically to control the temperature increase under the 2 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial age, twice and even more. We have to be aware that these technologies are available for identifying the problem, tracking back to the sources of the problems and negative changes in biodiversity. Major determinant is the sort of political leadership. Why the world leaders are determined to take this up and to apply this technology and use them to tackle these problems. This does not mean that this will only benefit the environment. It could also benefit the economy, jobs, and everything. Green technologies should be usable, investable, and marketable. Political leadership is the key for taking up this new science and technologies for sustainable development. In the end, I would like to say that we need to develop this green science and green technologies for the green transformation of the society and for each and all of us as human beings. This is what we can do without the notion of sustainable consumption and production, which is the main driver of all these problems that I mentioned. I wish you every success in your debates, and thank you very much for your attention.
Volodya, thank you very much for your speech, and thank you very much to the program, United Nations Environmental Program, for their support, continuous support of what we're doing. So herewith, I want to thank all our fantastic speakers who were with us, and please follow the Arctic Forum, the Arctic Pavilion, and all roundtables that's going to be here today and tomorrow and until the end of this week. So, and there will be additional news from the 29th session of the Conference of the Parties of UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Take care about the climate, take care about yourself. Thank you. Have a good evening. sorry, of Russian Federation. Anastasia Nikitina, who represents Forbes Russia. So let me start with Tatiana. So can you please just help us? Microphone is here. We got only one. To give us a brief agenda of where will we stand with the sustainable development, youth, and probably education. What do we have to do and how we have to proceed going forward?
Probably education, I like it. So while we are sitting here to raise the voice of academia, I'm making my career because, Sergey, I'm not the director of Higher School of Economics, but Higher School of Communications. But as an associate professor of Higher School of Economics, I would love to underline the fact that we cannot ignore this idea of sustainability, which is connected with the youth. And here, opposite of us, there is a pavilion called Children and Youth, which is also a kind of significance, as I see. So how are they connected and what's the role of education? Several months ago, we launched a research which just underlined the main idea. In Russia here, we are ready to talk about communication of sustainability, but we do not understand, or we didn't understand because that was a couple of months ago, the real role of these ambassadors who are called like youth. The main idea is that people inside their families are ready to talk about sustainability and sustainable development goals in terms of gender equality, but they are not ready or they are not educated enough to talk about climate action. And they see it as a role of school to educate students and people about this aspect. And we see the same problem at the university. While I'm from the School of Communications, we have several projects which are realized with the partnership of business, and mostly they are focusing on reputation, sustainability, or reputation and sustainability, but no one about climate action. I mean, normally they are about the main focus of business, and youth involved to solve these problems regarding to agenda of sustainability, how to communicate in a proper way, even to avoid greenwashing as well. So in these terms of youth and its role, I would love to underline that all the scope of research has demonstrated the really crucial role of youth in this progress, and youth is really involved and feel its own responsibility, while the most important part is not only to feel that's important, but also to have the real tools to improve the situation. And in this case, I would love to say that education, of course, is one of the social institutions which should be included to this process. So talking about the map of stakeholders, I would say that the first level should come from our families, and family as a social institution. The second role is going to be from schools, and there is no difference between primary education or secondary education and university as well. So we just see education as a social institution. And the third role, but not the last one, is going to be state authorities and local authorities. And in this case, I would love to underline that in all of these levels, youth should be included. While we're listening to youth, in all of these stages, we could solve this problem, not only about climate action as well, but the problem about promotion, the problem, and the way we should promote all the tools and instruments which could be visible for communication. And of course, as an associate professor from the School of Communication, I would love to say that there are some rules how to communicate in this way. And we always need to think about the language of target audience. And in terms of academia, we mostly use corporate social responsibility, while business is talking about ESG. On international level, we are talking about sustainability. So we can see three different terms. And in this point of view, I would love to say the crucial role of academia in this process is to find this special focus and the special language which should be unique for all the target audiences which are going to be involved with this problem. And of course, we are wondering and we are really waiting for these ideas from the youth, how to communicate in a proper way for them. And I see a brilliant panel here, and thank you for having us here. And also I see the colleagues from Rosatom also, they have this special project about academy. And I can see that there are two aspects on this point of view. From one side, business is tired to communicate. That's why they decided to have their own institutions inside the business to talk about this problem. And from the second side, from the opposite side, business is ready to talk about communication of sustainability. And in this case, university is something between. And we can be this special zone to communicate with the youth. And I hope we can say this high level of education, and we can develop new programs even to promote the idea of sustainability and communication in sustainability with the main support of the youth generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Rahul, I just want to ask you, youth is very focused on reaching SDGs and global sustainable development. Can you please describe some of the ongoing projects and initiatives that are important in your country?
So good evening, everyone. It's an honor to speak in front of you as I see fellow youth also. So I was not really gonna talk about this. Let us talk about climate crisis, which is going in India right now. Today, I'm talking about today. So the capital city, Delhi, as of today, the air quality index is above 800. So breathing in that air is like smoking 15 to 20 cigarettes a day. And this is not new. This is not just this year. This is from last few years. So there is a smoke. We call smoke in air. There are a lot of pollutants. So and government does. Schools are closed. Construction are closed. I mean, we are not doing anything. Like this is not a solution for that situation. So let me tell you about youth, what youth play a role. I mean, we are 60% of world population. So government should focus on the policies. There are not enough policies. I think there are infrastructure, finance, but there are not enough policies to tackle those situations. And you know, in 2023, Global Stack report shows that we are not on the track of Paris Agreement targets. So yeah, and youth plays a vital role, and youth and sustainability, if we combine them, and if we educate youth, in my country, I come from a small village in Haryana, India. They don't even know what climate change is, and I mean, they are already experiencing the climate change, but they don't know why they are experiencing it. So the main thing is we need more climate change literacy among the young generation, and we are the future of tomorrow. So yeah, and there are also some ongoing projects in India called Swachh Bharat Mission. It is in English it translates to Clean India Mission, in which we plant a lot of trees and do stuff like this, like Clean India. But the thing is, this mission is only for the main cities and does not reach the local levels and the roots of India also. So I think they must make more policies and try to educate in small schools in villages about climate change, what really climate change is, and what are the sustainable development goals. So only then the young generation can focus on them. And if young people are talking about climate change, then we are the future of the country. So it's very important, and we need leaders to lead our way, and I think young people can be those leaders. Also, we lack finance. This scope is about finance, and we don't have enough infrastructure to get those finance. There are finance, but we don't have enough education. I mean, where can we get the funds to do something good? So yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Natalie, we are talking about young leaders. Can I ask you the same question? What initiative do you have in your country, and what you want to say and promote? And when we're talking about climate change, what it is important right now?
All right, thank you for the opportunity. First of all, before we could even start initiating projects, especially for places like mine coming from Global South, first thing we needed to do was to assure the youth that they actually matter. And if you look at the population in Africa, I mean, young people make over 60%, and even globally as well, as he has rightly confirmed. And this is to say that if we don't really engage young people, then those who have the knowledge right now, by the time they are not there, then nothing continues again. The issue around sustainability becomes a big challenge. So in my own place, I'm the founder of Climate Renew. What we do is we provide, we're an intermediary between businesses, NGOs, and then corporations. One thing we do is to make sure that we're able to help align some of these youth initiatives and how they can be able to build, especially a sustainable financing model. Because one of the challenges we've seen is that youths are energetic, they start projects, but then they can't sustain it simply because they do not have the finance and then the required partnerships. So he has mentioned key areas, one of which is particulate. Coming from Africa again, is a place where most of these issues around waste management, at the end of the day, young people or even the community members just set it on fire. And then we have particulates, which World Health Organization has actually recorded that kills almost 7.2 people annually. So that's a big issue. So we are trying to, one of the things a practical example is we're able to organize cleanup programs where we cleaned up to like 45 to 46,000 PET bottles. And that's a clear example that, look, youth can be able to make this, they can make money out of this trash. And then secondly, issues of tree planting, because if we are, again, I'm still going to be referencing Africa. If we are trying to solve issues around climate change and making sure that we are meeting up with the SDGs target, then it's critical or it's important to identify what areas affect us as communities and what areas are really unique to us. And one of the things we've been able to figure out is in the area of energy, we have energy deficiency. And then secondly, waste management. And then of course, the third one will be that people lack access to finance. People lack access to finance. And then one thing they always fall back to is agriculture, because of course you can find lands in Africa that are not yet maximized. So one of these areas we're also pointing out young people and community members to these certain areas. So particulate waste management, renewable energy, that is energy access, and then of course agriculture. So my own consultancy firm, we focus on these three areas. And we've also organized like a tree planting where we planted about 3,000 trees. And it was not just that. One thing we did was to also make sure that these trees were economic trees, in the sense that as they are planting this, it's helping in terms of absorbing the particulate I talked about. It's also providing them with finances. And then another training we did is that we're able to also train young people on renewable energy. And this wasn't just possible because we were aware of our situation, but we're able to look for key partners, key communities, people who are willing to support us. And I mean, we have various, it's interesting that most of our funders are not even from Nigeria. And that's something I can say the world is really looking forward to solving, issues around community level, around climate change, and what is it that exactly impacts communities and how can they be able to help. So one of the areas is through partnerships, of course, which they've already mentioned. And then another thing is also providing access to resources. And like I said, one thing we come in as Climate Renew is to make sure that we're able to look at what are these projects these youths are working on, and how can we be able to make sure that they are not just working on it at the grassroots level, solving local issues only, but how can this be replicated even at the global scale? So these are some of the things we're doing, and then identifying key partners that can train them. Like I said, we do training too, and then of course, finance some of these projects. So these are some of the things that we're doing. And one critical area, like I said, is to be able to make sure that where our unique challenges as a country, as a continent, and then of course, globally fighting climate change and meeting up to the SDGs target. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vladimir. Vladimir, you're one of the main global climate negotiators. You've been on this agenda for many, many years. You saw a lot of different things. You saw a lot of different COPs. So last year in Dubai, we, for the first time, I think we got an official representative of a youth movement. So we got our young generation upcoming, young negotiators who are going to move us, the oldest. So why do we have to promote this agenda to the youth? Why do we have to invite the young generation to participate in these events? What is important right now?
Thank you so much, Sergey. First of all, I would like to say that it's always a pleasure to take part in your session. It's always inspiring, and the subject of this one is especially dear to me. I will explain to you later why. Thank you so much, but I think you've made only one mistake. You've, as usually, given me the word first. First we should have heard the youth. Then probably I should have commented and trying to answer some questions which were raised by the audience. But I will do my best, first of all. Sergey, I'm here, I guess, to be responsible for what youth sometimes calls, the blah blah business. As us current negotiators, so we are the ones who are looking with anger, with some kind of, misunderstanding what are these people doing, why the climate actions as our colleagues is not moving forward, why are we got stuck in everything but climate. And these are the questions we are honestly afraid to ask ourselves, so to say, the current negotiators. And thank you so much for inviting me, especially for this session, because I have a solution for that. I'm not speaking on behalf of my country. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, but I think this is the mood which is somehow could be shared by many fellow negotiators. The hope is that we have more and more young negotiators among us. I've been in this business for a while, as you mentioned. Of course, I would not call myself global, I'm a local one. But anyway, so I've been hearing all the time that, the youth should be there, the process should be inclusive, that, there are so many protests, we have been talking, people been talking, us politicians, negotiators, saying the right words about the youth and how young people can affect, because the future is yours. So my daughter is also growing up. She will have to face what I failed in the end, Sergey. Probably in 20 years or something, she will ask me, being retired, what have you done or haven't done at all. So in this regard, what gives me some hope in our hopeless negotiations, especially on the finance part, as colleagues absolutely rightly mentioned. And thank you so much, distinguished colleague from India also mentioned it. I'm a little bit skeptical of the meaningful result we could achieve on the finance goal this time, probably. But let's see. This is something I would not like to discourage you and discuss a little bit later on. But what gives me hope? That even in my national delegation and even in delegations across the board, there are more and more young negotiators who are dynamic, who are straightforward, who are not get used to just what you told us, blah, blah, and, talking blah, blah for the sake of blah, blah, and producing the papers which are forgotten immediately after they've been endorsed. That is what United Nations is criticized for, General Assembly criticized for, even Security Council is criticized for, and this is also what UNFCCC process is being criticized for. So the more young and educated people we have in our process, Sergey, I think the better and the more straightforward result will we achieve in the end. So this is what I believe in, and this is the way, to somehow not to get stuck in this dead end sometimes of negotiations, which sometimes, civil society and media and everybody looks at, and a little bit, so to say, missatisfied with us. And colleagues, I've heard here interventions from colleagues from India, from Nigeria, and I do hope that I will see more young negotiators, especially from developing nations. Let's be honest, guys. We have quite well-educated colleagues from the Western countries, young ones, who are being taken to negotiations, who are being trained and then becoming real professionals. But what are they standing for? I will not comment on that. We are here for the ones in the global south. This is the global south who suffers the most, as what absolutely mentioned in New Delhi now today. Countries in cities in Nigeria, countries across the globe, especially in the global south, they're the ones who are suffering. Central Asia Republic, if you take the former USSR Republic, which also sometimes forgotten this process. And if young people from these countries are more active as negotiators, I cannot tell for the bosses, in India delegation or Nigerian delegation. These are the ones, you have your sovereign right, I'm your humble servant in this regard. But the more young negotiators, the better they are trained, not to be taken to the, I don't know how it's called, green zone or somewhere, yes, when in fact, you know, they're just shouting out and nobody listens in the other zone, because in the other zone there are big guys who are like, counting money and so on, and not at all listening to what is going on over there. Let's be quite honest with that. You know, they're just pretending. So you need youth, especially from the global south. You need to come in to join, because this is a party-driven process anyway. Of course, we have a lot of observers. Of course, our process is as transparent as possible, and we're proud of that. The moment we're being criticized by you shows that. But no, that's not enough. We need young people in the negotiation rooms speaking on behalf of the parties, and especially young people from the global south. This is the recipe, if I may say so, for the better outcome in the years to come, because of course climate change and climate action cannot wait. I absolutely agree with my colleagues, the previous ones, and of course, I'm trying to be brief. I would like to listen more of our colleagues today to get something inside us, and then to deliver it through the close negotiations in the coming days. Thank you.
Thank you, Vladimir. And I want to give a microphone to Darina. Yeah, absolutely, because I mean, you're the one who saw all these blah blah negotiations, both on biological diversity in Canada and on the second COP in a row. So, and you know what is going on, you know who is running the process, and you're from the youth movement, so you can look at this topic from both sides. So, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you so much for this opportunity to speak with such great experts today. And yeah, this is my second time that I've traveled to COP on climate, and before that I was at COP15 on biodiversity. It was in 22nd year, and actually this moment was highly important for me, because participating in COPs and other international conferences for us, for youth, today I'm speaking on behalf of youth, not on behalf of business or something else, is not only an opportunity to practice our skills that we gained at university, for example. It's also an opportunity to understand ourselves, because there are a lot of agendas, like in environmental agenda, let's say like this. And to understand what you like, and to understand what inspired you to be here and to do that and to study for that, we really need to practice in that. We need to see the real process. And at COP15, I totally understood that international negotiations is totally my sphere and my area, and I want to be an expert in that, and I'm trying to do my best. And I need to highlight actually that this year at COP29, we really see more young people from Russian Federation, and it's really important both in negotiation process and in business agenda. And we need to say thank you. We need to say thank to our governance, to the business, because this inspired us, and this is a great chance to us to understand not only the climate agenda, not only the biodiversity or other environmental challenges, not only to understand, not to, only to educate and to become prepared for our future work, because in 10 years, for example, we will be professionals, and we just want to be prepared, well prepared, and we just want to have an opportunity to solve this finance problem, to solve other problems, maybe faster, maybe better, because young people always want better, and they always hunger to new action and new challenges. And so, yeah, this is a great opportunity and chance, and we really appreciate this hard work. And let me take a step back and announce a research that I made last year. I had a survey among young people from 15 to 24 years old, based on World Economic Forum methodology from their report on risks, and 337 young people from 44 countries participated in this survey. And I just wanted to understand how young people feel about environmental risks and what they think about that. And respondents were asked to rank the likely impact of risks over the next 2 years. And environmental risks were in the top 10, but still the top 5 were dedicated to artificial intelligence, to misinformation, to cybersecurity. And this result allows us to understand that we need to work, not we, we need to work more with youth, because this is an area of our great, like, young generation understand the environmental problems, but they think that misinformation and cybersecurity and artificial intelligence is more important now, but it is not, because we need to take actions right now. So again, thank you for these opportunities to understand ourselves and to understand our area, and please don't stop on that. Please don't stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Stepan, we are talking that this COP is more a financial one, and you can see it from two perspectives: as a young specialist in a central bank, and as a youth who cares about the environment and who cares about how his life going to be in the next 20, 30 years. So please tell us what you see on this COP, what you think is important, and what you think you must announce right now.
Thank you very much. Thank you, dear colleagues, for this expression and experience. This is the first time I'm at COPE, so everything is new for me. I could say that it's a great opportunity for young people, not only for people from the financial sector, but for ecologists, biologists, economists, from all spheres, because we all know that climate change now is a great problem for countries, especially for countries of the global south, where people are really suffering. I've been in Africa for 2 times, and I talk with people and they say me, oh my God, it's so hard to live in these new conditions. So that's a question. So we are here at COPE, and a lot of people here discuss financial issues, CQG, operating of financial funds. Of course, it's very important. But this year, I had a lot of conversation with young people from different countries. And I believe that there are 3 pillars for all transformation, because when we talk about climate change, we talk about transformation, how to transform our financial flows, how to transform our educational system, how to transform our energy system, and so on. So there are 3 pillars of all transformation, I believe. The first one is technologies, because we all need technologies in energy sector, in education and financial too. The second one, of course, is financial resources provided by governments, provided by private sector, provided by development finance institutions. Of course, it's very important. But the third one is education, because for all transformation, we need people, and people need everywhere, not only in countries like Nigeria or India, they also need in Russia, they need everywhere, because it's very important to create communities in businesses, in local authorities, in different spheres, from town to town, from organization to organization. It's very important to train people, young people, to establish new generation for new results, for new goals we establish here at COP2. I'm here not as a financial from the central bank. I'll speak on behalf of my own. I'm performed here as a clean energy ambassador, the program provided by Rosatom Corporate Academy. And I could say it only 1 or 2 words: thank you very much, because such programs are very important, not only for Russia, but for all countries. Because here it's the first time when I see what's really happening at COP and such events, how people from different countries communicate with each other. And here in Baku, at COP, there are so many bright people with so expression, who are really concerned of climate crisis. And this is the first time when I see this on my own. So thank you very much. It's the first time when I speak publicly. Oh, thank you.
So, nice to, the microphone to you. So we got one of the main business outlets in Russia and globally, Forbes. And Forbes always speaks about the main topics and the trendsetters. If we speak about something, that's very important. So for the first time in the history, am I right? In Russia, we have Forbes Sustainable magazine. So that's a huge step for our country. It's a huge step for Forbes Russia. It's a huge step for the global community. So can you please explain what is important, why you think, why you decided to make this magazine, and we're going to go next?
First of all, Sergey, thank you so much for the opportunity to take part in this session. And if you don't mind, I will continue in Russian because I would like to explain a lot of things. Да, действительно, год назад мы инициировали отдельный департамент по устойчивому развитию. Мы действительно видим огромнейшие перспективы этого направления. Мы в этом году инициировали проект, вот буквально в ноябре запустили медиапроект Forbes «Устойчивое развитие», который является первым углеродно-нейтральным проектом. Мы действительно решили просчитать углеродный след, который составил не так уж и много, на самом деле 35 тонн, но была проделана огромнейшая работа с учетом того, что нам нужно было просчитать углеродный след этого проекта, далее компенсировать с помощью компании «Запсип Нефтехим», это климатический проект компании «Сибур», и, соответственно, верифицировать с помощью компании «ТÜV Австрия». Это был достаточно интересный процесс, потому что мы хотели прежде всего изнутри понять, как бизнес, потому что Forbes это бизнес, да, там, несмотря на то, что мы действительно не производственная компания, но подход мы решили сделать именно таким, потому что, ну, как говорится, лучше быть, чем казаться, и мы решили сделать и инициировать департамент внутри компании не только вовне, да, там, рассказывая про повестку, но и внутри компании инициируя различные скажем так, программы, да, там, среди сотрудников, среди молодого поколения наших сотрудников. И мы очень заинтересованы в том, чтобы дальше направление это развивать. В том числе, вот мы действительно сделали, и у нас отдельный раздел на сайте появился, который посвящен именно этой повестке, в котором публикуются редакционные статьи, отдельные шеф-редакторы, да, там, соответственно, выделен под эту задачу и работу на климатические аспекты мы пишем, на экологические, на социальные, то есть охватываем весь спектр этой темы. Что мы дальше планируем? Безусловно, мы focused on the youth and... так, лучше на русском все-таки продолжу. Мы действительно хотим привлечь еще не только взрослую аудиторию, да, там для нас очень важен сегмент молодого, да, поколения, и, естественно, мы сейчас разрабатываем такие проекты, которые как раз-таки школьников, студентов будут вовлекать, в том числе вот даже посмотреть на статистику, на конец 2023 года у нас было зафиксировано 17,1 миллион школьников. 4 миллиона студентов, 21 миллион — это наши будущие рынки, по сути, да, и то, как они двигаются, те приоритеты, которые они перед собой ставят, мы считаем, что нам нужно охватывать. И все-таки, да, там есть большой Forbes, есть маленькие форбсята, условно говоря, и, соответственно, мы хотим, чтобы смысл любого бизнеса лежит все-таки в том, насколько социален он, насколько он несет добро. И действительно, вот даже наш акционер, он часто говорит, что социальный эффект от бизнеса должен быть равен и, соответственно, финансовым результатам. Мы решили инициировать в следующем году некий такой видеопроект, где у нас будет ведущий школьник и ведущий взрослый. присутствие множества компаний, да, там, допустим, да, взять там Норильск или взять Якутию, да, там, где, соответственно, тяжелая промышленность и тяжелые такие производства, мы хотим ездить туда и собирать обратную информацию как раз-таки от школьников, как они воспринимают эту информацию, как взрослые. Да, порой школьник объяснит гораздо и поймет гораздо быстрее, нежели да, взрослый человек, потому что у нас еще пока, конечно, становится да, вот эта вот зашоренность сознания. Естественно, мы от школьника можем получить как раз-таки упрощенное понимание того, что происходит. Поэтому мы, конечно, работаем и в этом направлении. Мы хотим, у нас, естественно, когда мы говорим о том, что у нас есть отдельный департамент, мы прежде всего понимаем, мы медиа, мы должны работать, и у нас огромнейшая ответственность. У нас более 10 миллионов читателей сайта. И, естественно, у нас есть огромнейшая ответственность перед аудиторией. Мы хотим продвигать именно эту повестку в разрезе того, что бизнес должен быть социально ответственным. Я родилась в Усть-Каменогорске, это Казахстан, где титано-магниевый завод, свинцово-цинковый завод. Экология была просто и сейчас продолжает быть желает оставлять лучшего. Соответственно, я считаю, что, естественно, мы не можем, да, там, мы производственная страна, мы должны добывать и уголь, и свинец, и никель, но в то же время задача в том, чтобы бизнес инвестировал больше денег в технологии, которые помогают частицы угля, там, допустим, да, там фильтры ставить на своих производствах. То есть здесь очень и студентам, да, там, и школьникам важно объяснять и их доступным языком, как этого можно добиться, что как бы можно и зарабатывать деньги, и при этом приносить результаты, да, там, с точки зрения ответственности социальной. Наверное, ну, это основное, что я хотела бы сказать. Мы действительно заинтересованы в коммуникациях и среди молодежи, и среди взрослого поколения.
Thank you very much. I want to apologize. We got some problems with simultaneous translation. So, I mean, if speaker going to be in Russian, so you have to listen to Russian language. By the way, it's an official language of the United Nations. Right, Vladimir? Yes. So we're going to have one more speaker online. It's Pavel Seleznев, Dean of the Faculty of International Economic Relations of the Financial University under the government of Russian Federation. Pavel? Can't hear.
Университета при правительстве Российской Федерации и веду эту запись из города Мумбаи, Бомбея, самого крупного мегаполиса мира, 35 миллионов человек. Индия сейчас на подъеме, это быстрорастущая экономика. До 2050 года численность населения будет продолжать расти, причем это самое молодое население, 29 лет средний возраст. Молодежи жить, молодежи созидать будущее. И естественно, что нам, как России, как стране, которая демонстрирует миру альтернативную модель, альтернативную той, что на протяжении веков, я имею в виду колониальную модель, выстраивал коллективный Запад, потребляя больше, чем он отдавал взамен, и высасывая все лучшее, все соки со всего мира. Россия сейчас предлагает альтернативу. Это справедливый миропорядок, основанный на принципах взаимности, взаимного уважения, сотрудничества, открытости. То, о чем регулярно на всех высоких площадках и со всех высоких трибун говорит наш уважаемый президент Владимир Владимирович Путин. И, конечно, нам сейчас критически важно, наряду с тем героическим легендарным прошлым, которым наша страна столь богата, предложить образ яркого, светлого, мощного, вовлекающего будущего, который будет мотивировать, вдохновлять молодых людей созидать и творить в нашей стране, а не искать возможность поехать куда-то за рубеж и воплотить и реализовать себя там, как это произошло, скажем, в 90-е годы или по инерции продолжалось в начале 2000-х. Так что на нашем факультете международных экономических отношений мы эту задачу стараемся решать следующим образом. Мы предлагаем ребятам такой лозунг или подход: «Созидай себя, созидай свою страну». Первая часть – это про то, чтобы взять все самое лучшее, что есть и было сформулировано на Западе. Все, что связано с личностной, персональной эффективностью, личностным ростом, сделать карьеру, воплотить себя в профессии, создать себе имя, заработать денег, то есть максимально воплотить и реализовать свой собственный Богом данный потенциал. Ведь не зря говорят, что наша жизнь подарена нам Богом, а то, какой мы ее сделаем, это уже наш подарок Богу. Вот первая часть – это про Запад, созидая себя, а вторая часть – это про Восток, созидай свою страну. После того, как ты уже многого добился, как ты уже определенных высот достиг, важно начать отдавать, делиться. Что такое устойчивое развитие? Это развитие во имя будущих поколений, не за счет еще не родившихся детей, как это на протяжении, повторю, всей своей истории делал коллективный Запад, забирая будущее у людей, а это именно подход такой, что оставить мир лучше после себя, чем он был до тебя. И пример здесь – это муравейник или пчелиный улей, где жизнь каждого отдельно маленького существа подчинена большим, ярким, вдохновляющим целям. Потому что только то, что мы действительно сможем создать для других, это и будет фундаментом той социальной памяти, которая будет в сердцах людей у нас после того, как нас не станет. И вот это очень важно. Можно по-разному относиться к, скажем, коммунизму, да, или вот иронизировать над стремлением людей советских построить светлое будущее, причем для нас с вами. Ведь смотрите, эта идея, она объединяла людей, она их вдохновляла, она высвобождала их энергию созидательную. Благодаря этой созидательной энергии было создано то материальное наследие, и не только материальное, многое другое, которым мы пользуемся и по сей день, и пользуемся с благодарностью, ценим и относимся к этому с большим-большим уважением. Поэтому, конечно, нам нужна объединяющая идея, нам нужен образ вдохновляющий будущего, которое мы строим. Возможно, стоит задуматься над вопросом государственной идеологии, потому что когда разрешен плюрализм мнений, общество очень легко атомизировать. А когда есть идеология, идеология позволяет людей объединить на благие большие цели. Конечно, уже нашим президентом многое предложено в плане вот фундамента, в плане той системы координат, тех ценностей, которые должны лежать в основе этой идеологии. Нам осталось только, что называется, положить это уже действительно на бумагу, в комплексе рассматривать и закрепить как такой некий направляющий вектор, если хотите. Потому что только когда общество, все чаяния и стремления людей сфокусированы в одной точке, будет нужный результат. Пока мы приглашаем использовать вот этот наш вариант, который мы у себя на факультете используем, созидая себя, созидая свою страну. Чем больше будет неравнодушных людей, чем больше будет созидателей, чем больше будет тех, которые отдают, тем лучше, ярче и интереснее будет то будущее, и это будет реальное устойчивое развитие нашей страны, которую мы строим, создаем здесь и сейчас. Хочу поблагодарить Сергея Васильевича Рыбакова за приглашение принять участие в этом прекрасном мероприятии, пожелать всем вам, дорогие уважаемые друзья и коллеги, яркого, интересного общения, новых контактов, знакомств, проектов, мыслей, и вдохновения, и, конечно, драйва и сил на то, чтобы все, что за дни работы форума будет предложено, за то, что вы выберете себе в качестве целей, обязательно это все воплотить. Большое вам спасибо и всего самого-самого доброго из солнечной Индии.
Спасибо большое, Павел. I got a question to everyone, so I want to make a short brief. As far as we're discussing the climate agenda, you know, it's always about environment, but Vladimir will tell you that it's not about just environment. It's about economics, it's about technology, it's about other things. And when we're saying about youth and sustainable agenda, so we always speak about just climate. So I want to make a brief. What do you think, like very short, very briefly, what do you think we need to discuss on climate COPs with youth? What other topics except for the climate agenda? Можно начну с вас? Can you please start?
Okay. It's very important to involve young people in all processes related to combating climate change, not only in process of reorganizing financial flows, but in everything, because climate crisis, it's all about us. It's all about young people because it's our future, because, you know, climate is changing and and that's why in future we'll face problems because of what we do now. So thank you.
All right. You can hear me, right? Okay, thank you. So I think one other thing that is very important is to emphasize the need for peaceful coexistence and international collaborations. I think this is something we need to really teach the youth. Like, I've been to Russia twice. I got to know about this because I attended SPIF and then I was at World Youth Forum. So that's one thing that has brought young people together, at least from, you know, major countries. And once we can be able to do that, I wouldn't have been able to know about this certain opportunity to come and speak here and share my own perspective if I hadn't found a platform like that. And that also promotes peaceful coexistence. You cannot preach and talk about climate change in a state of chaos, because that will take virtually 90% of the priority of everybody to achieve peaceful coexistence. So once that can be achieved, that is something we need to really teach young people. In as much as we want to promote technology, we want to promote environmental justice, we want to promote financing and all of that. If there's no peace, nothing is going to be achieved. So that's very important. I think that's something we need to also emphasize as we educate young people on issues that really matters. Yeah, thank you.
Vladimir.
Okay, can you hear me? So I think there need more education, not only about climate change and stuff like that, but how to get information about stuff like climate change and everything. Because in the grassroots of every country, the local community don't know anything about the climate change and stuff like that. So I think there should be literacy about climate change and sustainable development goals. And I also think that we all are different people, right? Different religion, different everything. But Earth is the only thing we all have in common. So yeah. And we are talking about finance. So I just remember Indian Cree prophecy that goes like when every tree has been cut, every fish caught, and every stream been poisoned, then we realize that we can't eat money. So thank you.
First of all, I think that we should to concentrate on the base science. I mean that to motivate the youth to be biologists, chemists, because for now, for example, Most of them would like to be like marketer or something like that, but it's like an added value for now. Marketing, PR, or something like that. You and the youth should be more concentrated on true and based science.
Who's younger? That's the point.
I think that it is important to ask the youth about their needs, to discuss with them what they need. I mean, in education, in sources, in finance, what they need to improve their skills, both hard skills and soft skills, to become real experts and professionals in this sphere.
Thank you so much. And I think our translation doesn't work. They say, yeah. Okay, so people are listening to us. And from my point of view, it's absolutely crucial and important to talk about not only about marketing, but about the special value. In marketing, we have the model of 4P, which is price, promotion, place, and even product. So from the terms of sustainability, this price is not only about money, it's about to put the price on the topic. So in these terms, we need to talk about behavior. And the most important thing I would love to say and to underline is we need to work on behavior. And from the perspective of young generation and even us who are pretty young, I guess. So we need to work on our behavior to change the situation. And that's the most important thing from my point of view. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, I just want to ask you a little more question because as you asked me, I'm giving you the ground when everyone is, already been speaking, so you can just make a brief of what we discuss and what we want to go forward.
Are you sure it's a solid ground, Sergey?
It's a solid ground.
Perfect.
We are
That's
here in
good,
Baku
yes.
on the Conference of Parties for United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, so there's no more solid ground than this one. So there's no more place to discuss global topics than this one. So please, the floor is yours.
I would argue that statement, Sergey, but not that time. The correct time. I would like just to echo the previous intervention when it comes to the nature of our negotiations and the nature as a broad meaning. Don't let us cut all the trees and poison all the rivers. This is you who should do this job. I mean, the young guys around me, not us, Sergey. And the more you press us, the more you put pressure on us, the more solid ground will be for the future foundation. Thank you.
Thank you. So if anyone needs his WhatsApp, Telegram, just ask me. I'm going to do it. So you're going to push pressure on him. So, and we're going to push it.
Right now? Okay, I can share my QR.
We can do it online also. So I want to thank all of you. I want to thank all our magnificent speakers for today. I want to thank all our people and the spectators who were with us online and offline. I want to thank you for being here and keep on working on this fantastic Conference of Parties. And we expecting Vladimir good results by the end of this week. Thank you. Have a great day and have a great evening.
Thank you for having us. Thank you.